graduated from Rowan University in the spring of 2022 with a sports communication and media degree. I got to actually call minor league baseball and G League basketball games while I was in school. And then I graduated, and as soon as I graduated, I went to NFL Films in Mount Laurel, New Jersey. And as much as I loved that experience, I miss putting on the headsets. I decided, you know what, talk is cheap. I have a laptop that's in my house, and so 21 months later, here we are, still on YouTube, calling games and building an incredible, loving community on here with the people that I call my Philly freaks with a capital P and a capital H. We go live for every single Phillies, Sixers, and Eagles game, and we do it like old school radio play-by-play style. I'm Jason Joseph, and this is Play-by-Play with JJ.
I showed a swung on, barreled out to right field. Bye-bye baseball.
That baby is long gone.
What is going on, everybody? Hopefully you're all doing well and having yourselves a very fantastic day. My name is Jason Joseph, and this, of course, is Play-by-Play with JJ. Make sure that you guys hit that thumbs up button. Make sure that you guys also hit that subscribe button as well and turn on those notification bell icons too, and that way you will know when we do go live. A tough loss for the Philadelphia Phillies last night. Their offense went quiet again, and they just could not beat a good pitcher. They could not get a run against a good pitcher in Cam Schlittler. And we talked about last night how frustrating it is because in the playoffs, you're going to have to face really good pitching. And against the Dodgers and against the New York Yankees so far, against their pitchers, they just have not been able to do much. And as a matter of fact, last night, they got shut out by a score of 1-0. Zeus just gave up one bad pitch. That was it. It wasn't even a bad pitch, to be honest with you. It's just one pitch that was towards the inside corner, and Paul Goldschmidt took it the opposite way, and that was the difference of the ball game. So, got to move on. Have a short-term memory. Tonight is the night where the Philadelphia Phillies bounce back and try to tie up the series against the New York Yankees. There's a couple things, though, that I wanted to talk about before we even do get on into the game itself, and that is a couple of things. Okay, so first and foremost, okay, the Philadelphia Phillies did make a trade today. The Philadelphia Phillies did make a trade today, and they ended up getting it wasn't really a big splashy move at all whatsoever, but the Phillies ended up making, first of all, just wanted to say this, right-handed pitcher Brian Keller had his contract selected from AAA Lehigh Valley, and he will be wearing number 48. And then they transferred Tanner Banks to the 60-day IL. And Alex McFarland was optioned to Lehigh Valley right after last night's game. And then they also called up Kyle Backus, and they ended up optioning Max Lazard as well. So Brian Keller gets called up. Tanner Banks gets sent to the 60-day IL. Alex McFarland was optioned to AAA. Kyle Backus got called back on up from Lehigh Valley, and Max Lazard was optioned back to Lehigh Valley. So they sent him down. Really just, I'm a little bit annoyed about this. I understand why they ended up optioning Alex McFarland, because they had to call up Tim Meza for him to, they called up another pitcher just to have him make the start today. Brian Keller, he's going to be getting a bunch of innings, but I really like Alex McFarland. Really, out of everybody else that's been struggling in the bullpen, this to me just did not make sense. Even though I said I understand why, I really don't. I take that back. I really don't. So that to me is a little bit annoying. He did really good in his first outing. He got called up from Double-A to the majors, and he ended up getting a couple of ground ball outs. He threw a couple pitches that were over 102 miles per hour, and he looked like that he was in command with his pitches, and I just don't understand why they sent him down. I just don't think that it makes any sort of sense right now, even if it's just for like a couple of days or whatnot. I just don't trust anybody in this bullpen. I do not trust one single pitcher coming out of this bullpen. Could have sent somebody else down. And you call back up Kyle Backus. Really? This guy has like over a 5 ERA, over a 6 ERA. This guy's just not good. He's just not good. So, I don't know. I'm a little bit bothered about that. That just annoys me. I'm also annoyed because Brandon Marsh is out of the lineup today. And I don't have... Oh, yes, I do. I do have my bookmarks with me. Mattingly doesn't want to call it platooning, but it sounds like Marsh will sit against lefties moving forward. Honestly, you have to look at the numbers at some points, he says. Doesn't matter what I believe, because I do believe that he's going to be a guy that can be an everyday player. Well, Don, I'm just going to tell you this straight up, okay? If you're benching him against lefties, he's a platoon player. Call it what it is. This guy was hitting really well against lefties. All of a sudden, he starts to struggle. You were playing him every day. Rob Thompson was not playing him every day, right? And him and Bryson Stott just were really scared because they knew that if they did really bad, that they were going to be benched. And to me, the only way that you can make this work is by him just playing out of his funks. Why is it okay if Bryce Harper is hitting 157 against left-handed pitching and he's playing every day, but meanwhile Brandon Marsh is batting like 152, and it's not okay for him to play every day? I don't understand. I don't understand that philosophy. Brandon Marsh was your best hitter for a while. That guy was carrying you. And I can't seem to grasp why they're doing this. It doesn't make any sense. When a player is going through a funk, you give them a leash and you try to let them figure it out. But this is not a leash. This is not a long enough leash at all whatsoever. He's going through a slump right now. Let him play through it. Give him extra time. But no, now you are basically platooning him. You have to look at the numbers at some point. Well, the numbers was telling me the numbers are telling me that Brandon Marsh was actually hitting the ball very well against lefties, and now he's in a slump. And that's because also pitchers are figuring out how to pitch to him. They're figuring out how to pitch to him, and they're also figuring out how to pitch to Bryce Harper right now and Kyle Schwarber. And it's working, but they got to figure out a way to get better. You don't just bench a guy for going through something like this. You give them time to figure this out. You have to give them more time. I don't think that that's fair. The trade that the Philadelphia Phillies made. The Phillies have acquired Cameron Misner from the Kansas City Royals in exchange for cash considerations and optioned him to Lehigh Valley. And to make room for him on the 40-man roster, Stuart Baroa was designated for assignment. That was the trade. Just a little bit more as I'm pulling this up about Cameron Misner. Okay, the last time that he actually played, it was against the Philadelphia Phillies. This guy this year is hitting just .220 with 2 runs scored, 4 RBIs. He has not homered at all this year. He is 9 for 41. So you're basically getting another bat that is a platoon player. That's what Dave Dombrowski does. That's what Dave Dombrowski has been doing. And it's annoying. And I am just ready for Dave to go all in and try to get a star player. Make this team better. These little moves, not moving the needle. The Derek Hill move was nice. It was cute. And I think that he's a nice player. But I want a difference maker. I want a difference maker on this team right now. And it's going to be tough. It's going to be tough. Brad Keller, who suffered a right elbow UCL tear, will receive a second opinion on Monday, says Cole Weintraub. He was transferred to the 60-day IL yesterday, but the move was procedural while the Phillies await a final determination. Not necessarily surprised about that either. Not surprised about that at all. So again, the Phillies moves today. Brian Keller got selected from AAA. Tanner Banks was moved to the 60-day IL. Alex McFarland got optioned to AAA. Kyle Backus got called back up. And Max Lazar was optioned to AAA. So Keller and Backus up. McFarland and Lazar down. And Banks to the 60-day IL. That's what's happened on this day. Bryce Harper, since June 28th, is batting 158 with 12 hits, 2 homers, and 10 RBIs. It's okay for him to bat, but it's not okay for Brandon Marsh to bat, especially against left-handed pitching. I understand that he's a max contract player and Marsh isn't. I understand that, but it's not fair because Brandon Marsh was your best hitter. This guy was leading the league in batting average and was up there in the top 5 in batting average for so long. And he's just had a bad 3 weeks. That's all it is. Trey Turner's allowed to get a longer leash with him batting in the leadoff spot because he's a max level player. Still doesn't make it right. It still doesn't make it right. So, those are all my thoughts, though. Let me know what you guys think down below. What do you guys think about Alex McFarland being sent down to AAA? And what do you think about this whole Brandon Marsh not playing every day against lefties because he's been struggling? I want to hear what your thoughts are about that. Let me know down below. I think it's ridiculous. And I've been saying that, and I will continue to say that for a little bit of time. It's not fair. Not fair at all whatsoever. All right, so let's talk a little bit about this game because now the Philadelphia Phillies are trying to even the score here and even up the series against the New York Yankees. Ryan Weathers is going to pitch for the New York Yankees, and his opponent will be Tim Mesa. Tim Mesa is only going to throw a couple innings today, and then you have Keller coming on in to pitch for a bulk of the game, it seems, and he will come on in for after the first inning is done. So, but let me know what you guys think about this matchup down below. Ryan Weathers is a guy who has a 3-7 record, a 4.40 ERA. This is going to be a bullpen game for the New York Yankees. The Phillies should get a hold of Ryan Weathers early on here. I'm really hoping that they can take advantage of his pitches that he leaves out over the middle of the plate and that he can struggle today and just get to that Yankees bullpen, make them tired. And then tomorrow the Yankees are at a disadvantage again because they have Will Warren pitching, and Will Warren just has not been lights out for them. He hasn't been able to produce lights out stuff. So get to that bullpen today. Have them come on in as early as possible and make them feel a little bit worn out tomorrow. That is really my goal for this Philadelphia Phillies team. This is going to be a high-scoring game. I can just feel it already. Two teams that are going to, it's all going to come down to which bullpen is the best, and the Yankees bullpen is better than the Philadelphia Phillies bullpen. So therefore, I actually have the New York Yankees winning today, and my final score prediction for the New York Yankees is going to be 10-6. 10-6 New York. I do not have the Phillies winning this game right now. I may have flip-flopped just about 5 minutes ago, but that's how my brain works because this Philadelphia Phillies team can't make me think straight. They can't. They will allow me to flip-flop mid-sentence. That's what they do. So, 10-6 is my final score prediction for the New York Yankees. I have them winning by 4. My final stat line prediction today, I'm not even going to go through it because we don't even know how long Keller is going to be out there to pitch. And Tim Mays is only going to throw a couple of innings, so I'm not even going to do that today. But my MVP for today, my most valuable player, I got my MVP for today being Brian De La Cruz is my MVP. I got Brian De La Cruz as my MVP. Wait, can you guys hear that? No, you can't. That's a little bit odd. That's a little bit strange. Let me change my output settings. Hold up a second. My output is right here. Let's try it now. Can you hear it? Okay, there we go. One sec. Yeah. Weird. Okay. So my MVP is Brian De La Cruz, he is in the lineup tonight. I think he's going to get a couple of hits, and the Philadelphia Phillies are going to thrive with him as their number one offensive guy. So I got him as my offensive MVP for today. And I did my final score prediction, and my home run hero is also going to be Brian De La Cruz. Not necessarily a surprise there either. I think that it'll go deep, and it'll be good for him to just be out there. You got Edmundo Sosa in left, you got Derek Hill in center, and Brian De La Cruz out in right field. So they are stacking up their right-handed bats in the outfield today. That's what Don Mattingly has decided to do. Brandon Marsh is not playing today. Gabriel Rincones Jr. is not playing today. They are not in the starting lineup, and neither is Justin Crawford. So the lefty outfielders are on the bench today, and that is the main thing to talk about with this Philadelphia Phillies team. So, all right. So again, the pitching matchup is Ryan Weathers versus Tim Meza. Meza this year has a 2-3 record, a 4.0 ERA. He's only going to go for about an inning, maybe 2 innings or so. But yeah, 41 hits allowed, 44 strikeouts, 11 walks allowed, 4 homers surrendered as well. And the Phillies are going to try to even the score today and tie up the series at 1 apiece. All right, so let's see what you guys have to say. What are your final score predictions down below? Let us know. Doug, what's going on, man? How are you? 1,000% agree about Brandon Marsh. You just can't bench him that fast. We've seen this experience time in and time out. Why do you think that Bryson Stott's numbers were down last year against lefties, and now they're up this year against lefties? Because he's playing every day. I'm not telling you that this has to go on for 4 or 5 months. Like, if they're giving Trey Turner this long of a leash for him to just bat in the leadoff spot, why can't they do this with Brandon Marsh? Is it because he's on the shorter contract? Like, just call it like it is. Just call it like it is. And then Luzardo could be a dark horse for the Cy Young next season. I don't know if there is going to be a season next year, J-Man, so I can't even say. I can't say. Hypothetically, if there is, he could be a dark horse this year. He could. He could legitimately be a dark horse this year. So I'll put it to you that way. But next year, yeah, absolutely. If he's doing what he's doing this year and he carries that with him throughout the rest of the season and into the playoffs, why not? Why not? I liked cash considerations. He was playing well in the minors, but we give up on him. Okay. That's funny. That's hilarious. You got me there. You trolled me. The high score might be lopsided. It could be. Yep. All right. So, again, final score predictions, MVPs, let me know down below. I think it's going to be 7-6 Philadelphia in 10. Derek Hill is my MVP. So, you have the Phillies walking it off. It's been a while since the Phillies had a walk-off. Okay, I like that. For me, it's Stott. Nice. Okay. Nice. I got 4-2 Yankees, I'm sorry to say. You know what? I'm not sorry to say. I'm not sorry to say, because guess what? The Philadelphia Phillies bullpen, I just don't trust them. And the Yankees, I just have a gut feeling today that they're just going to get to the Phillies bullpen. And I don't know what to expect out of Keller. I don't know what to expect out of Tim Meza today. And these are the types of games that the Philadelphia Phillies, time in and time out, lose. They just do. 7-3 Philly. MVP is Sosa. I love the sound of that. Oh, I love the sound of that very, very much. MVP is Edmundo Sosa. That would be great. Baseball has made back so much goodwill since 1994. Just in the last few years, too. A strike would be terrible, but I know that's for another day. We can just hope for the best. Yeah, we got to just play these games as is, and we have to. This is why it's now or never when it comes to this trade deadline. If you can go out there and if you can add on to your bullpen and get rid of Andrew Painter, and you get 2 nice bullpen pieces, like a guy like Luke Weaver and maybe somebody else from the New York Mets, I'm doing that deal in a heartbeat. It's now or never. They got to swing for the fences right now and do whatever they can to even help marginally move this team into a better direction. I want them to swing for the fences, and I want them to try to go out there and get a guy like Sandy Alcantara, a guy like Taylor Ward, right? Help the offense, help the pitching staff. Do whatever it takes to just make your team better and put yourself in a better position to succeed. With how they played against the Dodgers in the last series, it really did wake up a lot of alarms in my head because this team just has mental mistakes. They have mental weaknesses that lead to mistakes, and they got to fix that. They got to fix that. And getting more personnel, getting more players, and helping improve the roster can certainly help. It won't fix everything. I don't expect them to fix every single problem, but they got to get better. And with the lockout being next year, there is no tomorrow. There is no tomorrow. All right, 9-4 Yankees. MVP is Harper, but I hope that I'm wrong, says David. Yes. All right, so let's get on into the starting lineups for tonight's game. Here is what the starting lineups look like for the New York Yankees. It'll be Ahmed Rosario batting in the leadoff spot. And then you got Ben Rice batting second. He is the DH. Paul Goldschmidt is the first baseman. He's batting third. Cody Bellinger's out in left field. He's batting fourth. Trent Grisham is the center fielder. He'll be batting fifth. Sixth is Jason Dominguez. He is the right fielder, batting in the sixth spot. Seventh is Jazz Chisholm Jr. He's the second baseman. Eighth is the shortstop, Jose Caballero. And last but not least, you got Austin Wells as the catcher for the New York Yankees, and he is the caboose. So again, it's Ahmed Rosario, Ben Rice, Paul Goldschmidt, Cody Bellinger, Trent Grisham, Jason Dominguez, Jazz Chisholm Jr., Jose Caballero, and Austin Wells all in the lineup for the New York Yankees. For the Philadelphia Phillies, tonight's offensive lineup looks just like this from 1 through 9. Trey Turner is batting leadoff. He's the shortstop. Kyle Schwarber, the DH, is batting second. And then you got Bryce Harper batting in the 3 spot, playing over at first base. In the cleanup role, it'll be Alec Bohm, and he is playing over at the hot corner at third base. Edmundo Sosa is the left fielder, and he is batting 5th in tonight's lineup. Brian De La Cruz batting 6th, playing out in right field. JT Realmuto is the catcher. He'll be batting 7th. The second baseman, Bryson Stott, he'll be batting 8th. And last but not least, Derek Hill, who is in the 9 hole, is playing out in center field, and he is the caboose. So again, it's Turner, Schwarber, Harper, Bohm, Sosa, De La Cruz, Realmuto, Stott, and Hill, all in the starting lineup for the Philadelphia Phillies, who are 56-48. They are 27-26 at CBP, and they will try to even up the series against the New York Yankees tonight, with first pitch being at 6:05 p.m. Eastern Time. Tim Hill is on the hill. Tim Meza is on the hill. Tim Hill does pitch for the New York Yankees, but Tim Meza is on the hill for the Philadelphia Phillies. The last time that he pitched, he went just an inning and a third, and he gave up 2 earned runs, 2 runs total, 1 hit, and allowed 1 walk. Over the man's last 3 outings, he has gone 3 1/3 of an inning. He has given up 7 earned runs on a total of 7 hits and just 3 walks, 2 strikeouts, and his ERA has been at a 4. It's not been good. It has not been good at all for Tim Meza, who started off the season strong. Then he got a little bit cold. Then he started to come back a little bit. And then he got cold again against the Dodgers, the Mets, and the Tigers as well. That game against the Tigers was brutal for Tim Meza. So we'll see how he does tonight and if he can give you 2 innings. So I'm hoping that he can get you through 2 innings tonight. If he does that, that would be great. That would be absolutely awesome. But the offense has to wake up. The offense has to do a good job against Ryan Weathers, and they got to weather the storm against him. So we'll see how things do work out. Ryan Weathers on the season, if we take a look at his stats so far, Weathers, a left-handed pitcher who is 3-7, also has a 4.40 ERA, 115 strikeouts, which is 27th best in all of baseball, and a 1.27 whip as well. In his last outing against the Pittsburgh Pirates, he just lasted 4 2/3. He gave up 5 earned runs, including 1 homer, 2 walks, and 7 hits. total in the game. He did strike out 5, and he did not record the loss. He ended up getting a no decision, but his ERA is at a 4.4. At one point, it was at a 3.95 back on June 24th, and it has just gone up ever since then because he's allowed 11 earned runs in his last 4 games. So that is where we stand for tonight's game. The umpires for tonight, as we do take a look at that next. So home plate umpire is Chris Conroy. Ben May is at first. Brendan Miller is at second. And Johnson Payne is the third base umpire. And that is what the crew for tonight's game looks like. The weather out in Philadelphia, it is 81 degrees Fahrenheit. Wind is blowing at 8 miles per hour east. The gusts are at 15 miles per hour. Humidity right now is at 41%. And the air quality is fair for tonight's game. All right, so again, make sure that you guys let us know what your final score predictions are, your most valuable players, and also your home run heroes for tonight's game. I would like to hear your thoughts about that. I don't think the Phillies break 4 runs. Could we win 4-3? Perhaps, says Hardcore. Yeah, the only way that you're going to be able to get runs is if you get a hold of Ryan Weathers. The Phillies are going to have to get their runs early. Again, Ryan Weathers is not a good pitcher. New York Minute Sports talked about it on here with us during our pre-series podcast yesterday. The guy is just a shell of himself. He has really not been good over his last 4 outings. But I also hear when people say, well, watch him do well against the Philadelphia Phillies because the Phillies have a habit of making bad pitchers look good. Yes, I could see that too. But I will say, to be fair, the Philadelphia Phillies this year have made bad pitchers look pretty bad for the most part. For the most part, they have done that. Unfortunately, the good pitchers, except for Paul Skeens, the good pitchers have looked really good against the Philadelphia Phillies. Cam Schlittler, Yoshinobu Yamamoto, Jacob Mizorowski, Kyle Harrison, all of those pitchers. Chris Sale as well. You can put them all in the conversation, and they've all looked really good against the Philadelphia Phillies. So, all right, Phillies are in their white and red pinstripes, and they got their red long-sleeve shirts underneath their jerseys, along with the bell-high red socks. This will be the 40th game for Tim Meza this year, number 37, a left-handed pitcher. And he will start things off against Ahmed Rosario. They get started right now, and the first pitch as we are underway is up high for a ball. We're underway out at CBP. The 1-0 pitch and a foul ball hit over towards the right side. And it's 1 ball and 1 strike. Folks, we're going to be a little bit behind on the 3D. That's just the natural thing, and that's just what happens. So just wanted to let you guys know. 1 ball, 1 strike, the pitch, and the slider is down for ball 2. Two balls, 1 strike. We're in the top of the first. We'll get you the defensive lineup in just a few moments. The 2-1 pitch and a foul ball that goes on out of play. We are 42 subscribers away from getting to the 11,700 marker, folks. Make sure that you guys like and subscribe to the channel as well. 2 balls, 2 strikes, 5 seconds left on the pitch clock. The 2-2 delivery and a foul ball hit back towards the screen. That was thrown at 95 miles per hour. Prediction, Kyle Schwarber gets a hat trick, says Doug. Okay, what's up, Sam? How you doing? What's up, Craig? It's so good to see you guys. It really is. The 2-2 pitch, swing and a miss. And Meza does get a strikeout on a slider that was low. And he got Ahmed Rosario to chase after it and go fishing. JJ, what's happening, my friend? Good to see you. Good luck tonight to your Phillies. I will check back with you later, says Sam. Well, come back anytime. Come back anytime, my friend. It's always good to see you. Okay, so 1 out in the top of the first. Ben Rice comes up, and he takes a sinker inside for ball 1. Philadelphia's defense for tonight. Tim Meza is on the hill. Behind the plate, it's JT Realmuto. And we'll get you the infielders and the outfielders after the pitch. As the 1-0 is grounded over to first, Harper picks it up on the backhand and tosses it back over to first as Meza goes to run over to first. Catches it, covers the bag, and there's out number 2. Bryce Harper's at first. Bryson Stott's at second. Trey Turner is at short. And Alec Bohm is at third. And from left field to right field, it's Edmundo Sosa, Derek Hill, and Brian De La Cruz for Philadelphia. That's what their defense looks like for tonight. Rosario struck out. Rice grounded out over to first. And here comes Paul Goldschmidt with 2 outs in the top of the first. Goldschmidt homered in last night's game. He took one the opposite way against Jesus Luzardo. In the first pitch, he flies this one foul and out of play towards the right side. Lots of Phillies fans out tonight at Citizens Bank Park. The weather is really good. It is awesome weather. The 0-1 pitch. Fly ball hit out over towards the right field side again, and that'll slice foul, just like the previous pitch. 0-2. I definitely think that we need other players to compete on offense and defense because right now the bullpen is pitiful. But at the same perspective, we have to look at the offense is off. The 0-2 pitch. Another fly ball hit out over towards the right field corner, slicing into foul territory. And De La Cruz is there, and he makes the catch for out number 3. Reached up into foul ground and just took that baseball and made the catch. I thought maybe a fan was going to catch it, and he was like, nope, I got it. It's mine. And there's out number 3. Let's go. A foul out to right, and the inning is over. A 1-2-3 inning for Tim Meza, and we go to the bottom of the first out in Philadelphia. It'll be Trey Turner who will lead things off. Kyle Schwarber is batting second, and Bryce Harper is hitting third. That's how you start off the game. Meza. Nice. And he did it on less than 10 pitches. I am very happy with that. The rest of the Phillies offense will look like this. Alec Bohm is batting fourth. Fifth is Edmundo Sosa. Brian De La Cruz is batting sixth. Seventh is JT Realmuto. Eighth is Bryson Stott. And ninth is Derek Hill. And that is what the Phillies lineup looks like for today. Okay, here comes Ryan Weathers. He is out there on the bump for the New York Yankees. Just a little bit of info about Ryan. Well, he is actually 26 years old. He is from Loretto, Tennessee. He's been in the league since 2021. Started off his career with the San Diego Padres. Played with them for 2.5 seasons. And then he went over to Miami and played with the Marlins from 2023 up until 2025. And this year, he has started in all 19 of his games. He has a 3-7 record, 102 1/3 of an inning, and 115 strikeouts on the season. But the bad thing is that the walks are not so good. 29 walks, that's been a killer for him, and 50 earned runs on a total of 56 runs that have been scored against him. The pitch to Trey Turner, low for a ball, and that's how we start off the bottom of the first. Don't forget to like, don't forget to subscribe. Mary DeLeon, thank you so much for the sub over on YouTube. I appreciate it. Next pitch, and now it's 1 ball, 1 strike. This Turner went around there. Weathers gets set and fires. Swing and a miss. The changeup was low, and Trey Turner got fooled. We got Joel Embiid on TikTok. What's going on, Embiid? 1 ball, 2 strikes. Spells it without the 2 eyes. He just puts 1 eye instead of 2 eyes. I like that. It's a cool username. 1-2, and that's down for ball 2. The process is here in the chat. Two balls, 2 strikes. Weathers fires, and it's going to hit Trey Turner, and that's how we start off the bottom of the first. All right, Trey Turner's aboard, and Kyle Schwarber is up next. Looks like that it got Trey right towards the elbow guard. George! All right, Kyle, get out of this funk here. This guy has not been hitting the ball well in the month of July, and he is up to bat. Rested on his shoulder. Weathers kicks and fires, and Schwarber takes a pitch. That's called a strike. The slider, according to the home plate umpire, caught the outside edge at the knees. Schwarber just hitting .212 in the month of July, 14 for his last 66. The 0-1 to Kyle, and he pops it up out over towards right field, hooking over towards the first base side into foul ground, and out of play it goes. Thank goodness. So the right fielder, the second baseman, and the first baseman trying to chase on after that ball, and they didn't have any room to make the grab. Austin Wells is the catcher. Ryan Weathers is on the bump. We'll get to the infielders really quickly. At first base, it's Paul Goldschmidt. At second, it's Jazz. And then at third, it's Rosario. And at short, it's Caballero. No balls, 2 strikes. Weathers kicks and deals, and that's outside. It was a sweeper at 83, taken for ball 1. In the outfield, Cody Bellinger is out in left. And then Trent Grisham is in center. And Jason Dominguez is in right field. The DH is Ben Rice. The 1-2 delivery to Kyle, and Kyle sends this one out over towards left center field, and that's going to drop in for a base hit. Trey Turner is going to make his way over to third base. Here's the throw over to second. That's not in time, and Kyle Schwarber gets on with a double out to left center. A hit by pitch and a double to start off the bottom of the first. We'll take it. Schwarber moved his hands and got the barrel on the baseball towards the inside corner and just was able to snap it out to left center. Grisham had to play it on a hop and go towards the alleyway. Didn't really make a good throw over the second, but Kyle was safe. Was cut off by the shortstop. Here comes Bryce Harper, the pitch, and that's in there for a called strike to Bryce. 0-1. Let's go, baby! Come on! George! The 0-1 pitch, and it's fouled back. 0-2 is the count to Bryce Harper. Let's see those Bryce Harper emojis. Comment those down below. 0-2 is the count. Schwarber's at second. Turner's at third. The 0-2 to Bryce Harper. And a fly ball hit out over towards straightaway center. This will be deep enough for Turner to score. Grisham makes the catch. The throw's going to be cut off. And so Schwarber tags up from second, goes over to third. Trey Turner tags up from third. He scores. It's a 1-0 ball game. The Phillies play small ball. That was a shot that Schwarber tagged up from second and went over to third. He was hustling. But a sac fly by Bryce. And there's 1 out. Alec Bohm is up next. A runner at third. That's Schwarber. 1 out, and the first pitch is called ball 1. Austin Wells thought about challenging, decided not to. The fastball was a little bit low in the eyes of Chris Conroy. 1 ball, no strikes. Schwarber 90 feet away from scoring. 1-0 Phillies. The 1-0 pitch, foul ball. And out of play it goes. The 1-1 pitch inside for ball 2. to Alec Bohm. Two balls, one strike. Weathers with pitch number 16 of the inning. And the 2-1 pitch is grounded over towards shortstop. Schwarber stays at third base. The throw over to first will get Alec Bohm retired. Just could not get it through the hole. And Schwarber still at third. This time it's with 2 outs. And the next man up is Edmundo Sosa. Request JJ beat the Braves for us. Beat the Yanks for us. We beat those Braves last night. Now it's time for you to do your job. We got this, brother. 2 outs, bottom of the first. 1-0 Philadelphia. Sosa's first pitch is in there for a strike. Folks, make sure that you guys go subscribe to Orioles Bird Watcher. He does a fantastic job covering the Baltimore Orioles games. Yes, indeed, he does. No balls, 1 strike. The 0-1 pitch to Sosa. Down and away for a ball. Marley's back. What's up, Marley? Marley tuning on in over on the TikTok side of things. One thing that can't happen is this in the playoffs. I agree. Yes. You can't have bullpen games in the playoffs. The 1-1, and it's up high for ball 2. And your offense can't go cold in the playoffs. That's, I think, what you were trying to say. Two balls, 1 strike. Weathers gets set, kicks, and fires. And Sosa fouls one away towards the right side. 1-0 Phillies. Rosario struck out in the first. Ben Rice grounded out to first in the first. And Paul Goldschmidt fouled out to right field to end the first inning. 2 balls, 2 strikes. 2 away, bottom of the first. 1-0 Phillies on a sac fly by Bryce Harper. Time was called, and the pitch clock is now running. Weathers with pitch number 21 coming on up. Gets the signs, kicks and deals, swing and a miss. Edmundo Sosa chases after a changeup that was outside of the zone. And the inning is over. The Phillies do get a run. That's the good news on a sac fly by Bryce Harper. But we will go to the top of the second as the first frame is over. 1-0 Philadelphia. All right, chat, where are we tuning on in from tonight? Let us know down below. Let's go. How are we doing it? It's Saturday. It's Saturday. Yes, it is. Hopefully you're going to party tonight after a Phillies win. I'm sure that you guys were partying. For those of you who were watching the LeBron James news, there was a lot of people that were out last night, all excited about LBJ coming to Philly. It's time for Dombrowski to make a move. Come on. How we doing? Ohio says gone. Hi, gone. San Diego says severe to 1. What's up, buddy? Stuffest mites for tuning on in from Alabama. My sofa in Pennsylvania says Doug. Oh, City, Philadelphia says Atlantic City. Cranford, New Jersey says David. Hello, friends. Hopefully you're all doing well and having a great day. Let's go. Molly, thank you so much for liking the TikTok. Wilmington, Delaware. Go Phillies, says Charlie. What's up, Charlie? Charlie, I saw you comment for the first time on here a couple of days ago. It's good to see you back, my friend. Always good to see you. Clay, Pennsylvania. Hello, JJ, and all my Philly freaks. Joe is like all over Pennsylvania. You never know where in PA he is, but it's always good to see you. Nevada, here in the chat. Brian is here. Here we go. Sunny, Delaware, says Elaine. Why do you support Philadelphia? Why do you support New York? It's just, I like them. The pitch, fly ball hit out over towards shallow left field, and the catch is made for out number 1. Edmundo Sosa makes the catch. Bellinger flies out over towards shallow left. And so 4 up, 4 down. Tim Meza is still pitching. We got a $10 super chat from Don Barbs. MVPs! Let's go. Drop the MVPs in the chat for our new sub, Don. That is incredible. The pitch is inside for a ball. 1 ball, no strikes. New sub from Florida. I follow the Phils in the spring here in Clearwater. Love what you're doing with the play-by-play call. The 1-0 pitch, check swing, ground ball, hit over towards second base. Played on the hop by Stott. Has to fire it over to first. And he does. There's out number 2. So 2 up and 2 down. I can't get Schwarberian out of my lingo now. Let's go, baby! Oh, I love it. Oh, I love it. Thank you so much for tapping on in with us. We cover Phillies baseball. We also do other Major League Baseball games, too. This week, it's just been a Phillies week. We've been doing a lot more stuff. We have had a lot of stuff going on, so we've had to dial it back a little bit on the content side of things. The pitch is in there for a strike to Jason Dominguez, a .233 hitter, batting on the right side. He's a switch hitter. The 0-1 from Meza. Here it comes, and it's fouled away. Nice. Drop those MVPs in the chat for Don. That is amazing. Thank you for being on here, and thank you for the support. I really appreciate it. The ball is 2 strikes to Jason Dominguez, the 0-2 pitch, and he fouls off a fastball, and the count is still 0-2. Dude, I'm old. I don't type, says Charlie. Well, it's good. I like it when you interact with us. It's cool. It's always nice to be able to get engagement. The 0-2 is down for a ball. This is something that TV and radio, they just don't provide, you know? And I'm a fan of making connections with people and building relationships. But I understand you. It's just always good to hear from you. The 1-2 pitch, down and inside for ball 2. The slider misses again. 2 balls, 2 strikes. 5 up and 5 down so far. Phillies took a 1-0 lead in the bottom of the first on a sac fly by Harper. The 2-2 pitch, fly ball hit out over towards right field. On the run towards his left side is Brian De La Cruz, and he makes the catch with his sunglasses on, and the side is retired. Again, another 1-2-3 inning for Tim Meza. So he retires the first 6 Yankees batters. And we go to the bottom of the second. 1-0 Philly. All right, more shout-outs. Let's go. Where else are we tapping on in from today? Where else are we tuning on in from? Hobart, Tasmania says Boots. Let's go. Bloomsburg, Pennsylvania says Hillbilly. What's up, Hillbilly? Good to see you on here. You get a knuckle touch. Boot gets a knuckle touch. Jose gets a knuckle touch. Tuning on in from the Dominican Republic. Yes. Reading, Pennsylvania says Craig. Pete from New Orleans. Just pumps to you too. Let's go. I'm tuning on in from the mountains in Everett, Pennsylvania says Scott Davis. Salute to you, my friends. Forestville, Pennsylvania. We got New Jersey in the building. New Jersey, let's go. We got Thailand in the building. What's up, BW? Florida, I see you. Drew, I see you. From Florida. Nice. Yeah. We are 40 subscribers away from 11,700 subs on YouTube. We're also streaming on TikTok. We're also on Twitch as well. Folks, we've been posting a lot of content, a lot of YouTube shorts. We've been editing things, And we've been posting them not just on YouTube, but on TikTok and on Instagram and on X as well. And we're back on Facebook for sure. Bottom of the second, De La Cruz is up, and the first pitch is a sweeper in the zone for strike one. No balls, one strike. Brian De La Cruz in his 6th season, he went 1 for 2 in his first game as a Philly and hit a home run. It was a solo shot. The 0-1, swing and a miss. Ryan Weathers, who threw 21 pitches in the first, is back out there for the second. And he's ahead in the counts against Brian De La Cruz, 0-2. Weathers gets set, kicks, and deals. And De La Cruz chases after a changeup outside and low for strike 3. Good morning, good afternoon, and good night to Brian De La Cruz on 3 pitches. Where else we got? We got Palm Harbor, Florida, right back at you. Tuning on in from Lidditz, Pennsylvania. Nice. Very nice. 1 out. 5 seconds left on the pitch clock. 1-0 Philly. The pitch outside for a ball to JT Realmuto. God's country. South Carolina is the hot corner. Yes, sir. A ball, no strikes, 1-0 Phillies. Weathers gets set, kicks, and delivers again. And that time it's high for ball 2. Wells tried to frame it. And Chris Conroy was like, that's cute. That's a ball anyways. 2 balls, no strikes. And the 2-0 pitch, there's a strike. It's at the knees. JT looked to the changeup there. The Phillies in last night's game had 4 hits. 2 of them were from JT. 1 was from Kyle, and the other one was from Sosa. The 2-1 delivery, and that's inside for ball 3. JT went 2 for 3 in last night's game with a strikeout. The Phillies were also 1 for 5 with runners in scoring position. And they left 5 men on base. Weathers gets the signs and deals. And the pitch is in there for strike 2. Three balls, 2 strikes. 1 out, bottom of the second. Weathers with pitch number 30. Gets the signs, comes set, and deals. And that's down for ball 4, and JT gets on with a walk in the bottom of the second. There you go, JT. A 1-out walk. After Brian De La Cruz struck out, JT is at first. George! 1 out, bottom of the second. Weathers fires. The pitch is outside for a ball. I need you to keep it clean in the chat, man. Keep it clean in the chat. You can have your own opinions, but I can't have you trying to do that, my friend. Can't have you talking trash like that. Just be nice. 1-0 pitch. Nats on the outside corner for a called strike. Also got Niagara Falls here. Let's go. Nice. Smash TV Media from Newark. Yes, sir. 1 ball, 1 strike, and the pitch to Stott. Swing and a miss. The slider got Bryson Stott fooled. It was outside. Dude, the Xfinity Mobile Arena is packed tonight. 1 ball, 2 strikes. Weathers kicks, fires, swing and a miss. And Stott goes after another slider. And Weathers records his 3rd strikeout of the game. Here comes Derek Hill to the plate. The first pitch is called a ball, but the Yankees will challenge this. It was challenged by Austin Wells, and that was down for ball one, so the Yankees were incorrect. One ball, no strikes. The pitch, and Hill shows bunt and tried to take it back, but it was a strike anyways. JT's been picking it up lately. Now we just got to get everybody else on. And we also have to make sure that JT doesn't make any sort of blunders on the bases as well. So part of me is also like, he's getting on, that's great, but it's also like he's getting himself out. 1-1 pitch, ground ball hit over to third. The throw to second is in plenty of time. It's a 5-4 fielder's choice, and the inning is over. We go to the third frame. 1-0 Philadelphia. Chisholm Jr., Caballero, and Wells will come on up to the plate. So that is a 5-4 fielder's choice. Oh, man. All right, chat. So I have a question for you. I have a question for you that I would like to know down below. If you were to have one wish, you were to only get one wish, okay, to make this Philadelphia Phillies team better before the trade deadline, what would that one wish be? What would that one wish be? My one wish for this Philadelphia Phillies team is to get Tarek Skubal. It's time. It is time. Get rid of Painter. Get whatever you have out of that farm system. If it costs you an Alex McFarland, if it costs you, I don't care. If it costs you an Eden Miller, if it even costs you a Justin Crawford right now, go out there and get Tarek Skubal. You got to give up everything in order for you to get this guy, because just a rotation of Sanchez, Luzardo, Wheeler, and Skubal, you have 3 of the top 5 best left-handed pitchers in the game. Go get them. That's my one wish that I would like to happen for the Philadelphia Phillies. What's yours? Comment down below. Yes. What is your one wish? They have to give Bryson a gold glove this year. If they don't, it's highway robbery. The metrics will tell you one thing, but the eye test, in my opinion, tells you another thing. He has been phenomenal defensively over at second base, and he has been a very good player. My blockbuster wish is to get Byron Buxton, says David. I would wish for Nola to return to winning form. That's a good one. Moonlit me. I like that. Hardcore says, reel in the Trouts. Go fishing after the Trouts and reel him on in and bring him back to Philadelphia. That's cool. Brian Keller is making his major league debut, and he is on the pitch. And the first pitch to Jazz Chisholm Jr. is fouled away back over towards the screen. We were told that he was going to be making his debut today for the Philadelphia Phillies. We didn't know if he was going to come on in during the second or the third inning, and now he is here with the Philadelphia Phillies. No balls, 1 strike. The pitch to Jazz, fouled away at 87 miles per hour. Trade whatever you need to get him. No balls and 2 strikes. Top of the third. 5 seconds left on the pitch clock. The 0-2. And that's a cold strike 3. Jazz will challenge. That looks pretty close. And again, the Yankees just have 1 ABS challenge left, so if he loses this, Then they're down to none. And that is a ball. So the Yankees do win their challenge. Not by much. About maybe just a half an inch. Keller thought that he had his first career MLB strikeouts. Not so fast, says Jazz. The 1-2 pitch. And that's outside for ball 2. Brian Keller on the mound for the Philadelphia Phillies. His family is in attendance. 2 balls, 2 strikes. The 2-2 pitch. Line drive down the right field line. Foul ball. Brian is 32 years old. He is making his major league debut today. The 2-2 pitch. Swing and a miss. And there's out number 1. Oh, man, they're happy. 1 out in the top of the 3rd. Let's go. Yeah. Oh, I love that. I love that very, very much. Drop a chair in the chat for Brian Keller. The pitch, swing and a miss. No balls, 1 strike. The 0-1. Fouled back towards the screen. That's got to be such a great feeling for him and his family. At 32 years old. That's incredible. So he strikes out Jazz, the 0-2 pitch, and that's down and away for a ball. 1 ball and 2 strikes. Other wishes that you guys have. Send Nola down to AAA. Entry Painter for some prospects. That's your wish. Okay. 1 ball and 2 strikes. The 1-2 delivery. And Caballero fouls one off and taps it towards the third base side. You thought Brian was Ellie? What's up, 1,000 Swords? How you doing, buddy? Good to see you. Very good to see you, dude. Up next is Austin Wells. And in the hole, it's Ahmed Rosario. 1 ball, 2 strikes. Keller fires, and the pitch is grounded over towards shortstop. Backhanded by Turner. The throw to first base is just in time for out number 2. Well, Trey Turner played it on a hop and backhanded it and threw a strike over to first. That ball did not even hit the ground on the throw over to first base. Usually we've talked about Trey Turner's arm and have criticized him, but he got his feet planted and threw an excellent strike to first. 2 outs. The pitch. Fly ball hit out over towards deep left center field, and that ball is gone. And after the Phillies retire the first 8 batters in a row, Austin Wells goes deep against Brian Keller to tie things up at 1 apiece. Starting pitchers. The pitch. That's to Ahmed Rosario. That's down for a ball. Mine is the bullpen help and some type of bat, but bullpen first. The pitch, another fly ball hit out over towards shallow center field, and Derek Hill comes running on in. He'll make the catch, and there's out number 3. So just a solo shot given up to Austin Wells, and it's time for us to go to the bottom of the 3rd inning. 1-1 is the score out in Philadelphia. All right, more wishes, comment them down below. You just have one wish. That's it. You just have one wish. If you didn't announce what your one wish would be to make the Philadelphia Phillies a better team, comment it down below. Mine is I want Tarek Skubal. Okay? There's this girl, okay, that's at school. In high school, you've been laying your eyes on her for quite a little bit of time, and you're like, nah, she's the one. Tarek Skubal is the one that I want to come on over to Philadelphia. That's how I look at it. Let's go. Let's do whatever we can. There's going to be a lockout next year. There's a lot of uncertainties about the future of baseball in 2027. The time is now. Stop the Dodgers from three-peating and go out there and make yourself a better team. Get yourself a better ball club. Clearly, you don't have what it takes against the Dodgers when you watch how they played in the last series and even in the playoffs last year. You got to get better talent, and you have to be able to get on the same level that they are. That's what you got to do. That is what you got to do. I just got something from MLB Twitter. It was from Just Baseball. The only 3 pitchers in MLB history with 160-plus strikeouts and an ERA below a 2.5. Hideo Nomo with the Dodgers, Garrett Cole with the Yankees, and Dylan Cease with Toronto. That's a 2.50 ERA in their first 19 starts with a franchise. That is what we're talking about. The pitch is in there for a strike. So the only 3 pitchers in MLB history with 160-plus strikeouts and an ERA below a 2.5 in their first 19 starts with a franchise, Hideo Nomo with the Dodgers, Garrett Cole with the Yankees, and Dylan Cease with the Blue Jays. The pitch to Trey, ground ball, base it out to right field. It gets through the 4-3 hole, and Trey Turner gets on for the second time this evening. The leadoff man gets aboard for the second inning. The second time tonight, I should say. Charge! Okay. Hideo Nomo. Thank you. Appreciate it. The pitch. It's outside for a ball. Skubal in the bat. No, you can only get one. You can only get one. I asked just for one. If I'm only getting one, it's Skubal. That's it. I want Howie Roseman to be the general manager. Really? The 1-0 pitch, swing and a miss. Do you want Howie Roseman or do you want Mike Gansey? Because what Mike Gansey has done in the first 2 months as the Sixers president of basketball ops, I'm taking that. 1 ball, 1 strike, and I love Howie Roseman. The 1-1 pitch. Swing on a line drive, and that's a base hit out to right field. Turner is going to put the stop signs on over at second base, and Kyle Schwarber gets his second hit of the ball game. Nice. Excellent stuff. Back-to-back singles for Philadelphia. Ryan Weathers will face Bryce Harper next. Get runs in more innings than just the first. We love it. Yes. Chris says, I want Mason Miller. I want Money Miller to come on over to Philadelphia, says Chris. There's going to be a lot of teams after him. I would take Mason Miller. If Mason Miller came over to the Phillies, that would be phenomenal. 2 runners on, nobody out. And Harper's first pitch, he grounds this one over towards second. The tag to second, there's 1. The throw to first, there's 2. And that goes down as a 6-3 double play. And there's a rally killer for Philadelphia. Turner is at third. But instead of there being runners at first and second with nobody out, there's just a runner at third with 2 outs. Bohm is up next, and he looks at the sweeper down the middle for a called strike. Mason Miller needs to stay on the Padres, I think. Well, you're a San Diego fan. The 0-1 pitch. Fouled back towards the screen. Don't forget to like, don't forget to subscribe, and turn on the bell icons, folks. Oh, and 2 is the count. Bottom of the third. A runner at third. Weathers, fires, and the pitch is high for ball 1. My wish is that the best bullpen arm is to get the best bullpen arm that you can get. It's true. One ball and 2 strikes with 5 seconds left on the pitch clock. Weathers, fires, and the 1-2 is low and away for ball 2. The Yankees are 2 games in back of the Rays in the American League East. And just in the American League period, the Phillies are 5.5 games behind the Atlanta Braves. The 2-2 pitch, high for ball 3. So Wells launched his 7th homer of the season. Before that, the Phillies got a run via sac fly from Bryce Harper. The 3-2 pitch, fouled off towards the right side and out of play. So, chat, I made comments earlier. Actually, we'll talk about that later. Now's not a good time to bring it up. I'll bring it back up later. The 3-2 pitch to Bohm, and a fly ball hit out over towards shallow right field. And Dominguez is there to make the grab, and we're going to go to the top of the 4th. It is now time for On This Day in Phillies History as we head to the top of the 4th inning. I'll get to that comment in a little bit about Brandon Marsh. Okay, so it happened on this day in Philadelphia Phillies history. Today is July 25th. So on this day, on July 25th of 1924, George Harper hits an inside-the-park grand slam at Baker Bowl to seal a 10-4 win over the Cubs. 24 years later on this day, in 1948, in the first game of a doubleheader in Cincinnati, Richie Ashburn grounds into a double play. It was his only double play that he grounded into that year. That was the only time that Richie Ashburn grounded into a double play in 1948. It just happened in the first game of a doubleheader against the Reds on this day, setting a team record for fewest in a season by a regular player. That's pretty cool. 2 years later, the Phillies played another doubleheader. This time it was against the Cubs. They took first place in the league and hold it for the rest of the season. They actually swept Chicago in the doubleheader, and they didn't look back after the doubleheader was done. In 1980 on this day, Mike Schmidt hits 2 homers in the first game of a doubleheader against Los Angeles, and that set a new team record with 261 career homers, passing previous record holder Del Ennis. Pretty cool stuff. Pretty wild stuff. Time to go to the top of the 4th. Once again, hit the thumbs up button. Mods, let us know how we're doing down below. Brian Keller with a 4-seamer, a cutter, a sinker, a slider, and a curveball. Back out there to pitch his second frame. Keller is 6 feet 3 inches tall. 210 pounds as well. The pitch, line drive hit out over towards center field. Derek Hill goes back towards the track and has room to make the grab. He had to run and turn over his shoulder to make the catch. And he did. It was a bullet. And Ben Rice lines out to center for the first out of the fourth. It's Paul Goldschmidt's turn, and he looks at a called strike. Nothing in one. The pitch, down for a ball. Brian Keller threw 10 games this year in the minors, as the 1-1 is grounded out to right field for a base hit, and a 1-out single provided by Paul Goldschmidt here in the top of the fourth. And he gets on for the first time today. 10 games, an 0-1 record, a 2.06 ERA, 39 and a third of an inning and 41 strikeouts, along with a .99 whip as well. Bellinger is up, and he looks at a four-seamer in the zone for strike one. No balls, one strike. The 0-1 pitch. Check swing, he went around. Goldie is a pro hitter like Freeman in the last series. Well, he's cooled off. Goldie's not an everyday player anymore, though. Freddie Freeman is still an all-star player. Like, he still is, I would argue, he's still the best first baseman in all of baseball. No balls, two strikes. 10 seconds left on the pitch clock. Keller gets set at the letters, and the 0-2 to Bellinger, and he fouls it away. Cody is hitting .288 lifetime against the Phillies with 9 homers and 25 RBIs. How many of you guys wanted Cody Bellinger during the offseason? There were some people that were really intrigued with Cody Bellinger. The 0-2 is up high and away for a ball. He's on a 5-year, $162.5 million contract with the Yankees. And the 1-2 pitch. Fly ball hit out over towards left. Sosa goes towards his right and makes the grab for out number 2. A line out to center, a single, and a fly out to left. Agreed, managing and coaching look at how they run the bases or have a guy on third with no outs and can't get a run. Well, they had runners at first and second with nobody out. That's what was annoying. The pitch, this is bunted foul by Trent Grisham, who grounded out to second in the second. You wanted Cody? Who else wanted Cody? If you didn't want him, drop a 2. If you wanted him, drop a 1. Jack says, I still want him. So you wanted, Jack, you wanted Bo and you wanted Cody, correct? I think you said Bo. I think you said that you wanted Bo a couple of days ago when I asked that question. No balls, one strike. The 0-1, and Grisham shoots it foul towards the right side. 2 outs, top of the fourth. Runner at first. Yankees and Phillies are tied at 1 apiece. No balls, 2 strikes. Keller gets set at the Phillies letters, and the 0-2 pitch fouled away. Phillies got a run in the bottom of the first on a sac fly by Bryce Harper. And then Austin Wells hit his 7th home run of the season in the bottom of the third, in the top of the third. The 0-2 pitch. It's inside for a ball. One ball, 2 strikes. Keller kicks and fires, and Grisham lines one out over to right field, and the catch is made by Brian De La Cruz for out number 3. And we go to the bottom of the 4th. It's a 1-1 game. Who is Bo? Bo Bichette. That's who Bo is. Bo Bichette. All right. We go to the bottom of the 4th. All right. Yeah. Time for us to go to the bottom of the 4th inning. Some more cool stuff that has happened on this day in Phillies history, as we take a look at that now. In 2006, in the 3rd inning of a game against Arizona, Ryan Madson threw 4 wild pitches, tying a major league record. He also hit 2 batters and walked 5, but allowed only 2 runs in 4 innings. The Phillies ended up losing the game, and the score was 6-5 in the 11th inning. I kind of remember that game. In 2015, today was the 11th anniversary of Cole Hamels throwing a no-hitter at Wrigley Field. He struck out 13 batters. Dexter Fowler was the only batter to reach base. He walked to lead off the game, and then again in the 6th inning. The win was Hamels' 6th of the season. 2 other Phillies equaled his wins total by the end of the season, but none passed him. That was his last start as a Philly. That was pretty insane. Very memorable, for sure. Yeah. Oh, yeah, I wanted Bichette. So you wanted them both. So you wanted Bo Bichette, and you wanted Cody Bellinger. Nice. Okay. He hung that one lucky. It's baseball. That's how baseball goes. We saw Brandon Marsh hit a shot yesterday, but Bellinger made an excellent catch. We saw Trey Turner hit a shot too, and the Phillies just could not get a run with the bases loaded in that 8th inning. Edmundo Sosa takes the pitch at the knees for a called strike. Would anybody have guessed that Foster Griffin has 12 wins as a Washington National? The Nationals are 17-4 with him on the season when he's pitching. He's done a good job. Who had that in their bingo cards, though, to start off the season? The 1-0 pitch to Sosa. It's low for ball 2. A $2 super chat from Jack. Appreciate you, buddy. The guy I have always wanted is Luis Ariz. Yes, sir. The 2-0 pitch. That's down for ball 3. Yeah. He's a great guy. He is such a great hitter. He has a great IQ. I would argue, and I would say that he's the best contact hitter in the game. I would argue and I would say that. 3-0 pitch. That's in there for a strike. This is a guy who does not strike out much at all. He fouls off pitches. I think that when we first got Bryson Stott, that was sort of the first player comp that I got in my head that I would like him to turn out to be, and it hasn't worked that way. 3-1 pitch, grounded over towards short, and the throw over to first is in plenty of time for out number 2. Or out number 1, that is. Sorry about that. 1 gun in the bottom of the 4th. Rafael Marchand was placed on the 10-day IL yesterday with left knee tendinitis. patellar tendonitis. So they called a Peyton Henry. The pitch is outside for a ball. Remember everybody wanting Tucker? So glad that didn't happen. Hindsight's 2020, my friend. 1-0 pitch, swing and a miss. Slider was on the outside corner. Don't forget to like. Don't forget to subscribe. The 1-1 pitch and a line drive, base hit out to left field by Brian De La Cruz. He gets on with a 1-out single. And he is back at first base. Brian struck out in the second. And he's on with a single in the fourth. George! We have 367 people tapping on in with us. 136 of you have hit the thumbs up button. Let's go. Hit that subscribe button. Hit that thumbs up button. And here comes JT. First pitch. Swing and a miss. His batting average is at 224. It was at 209 a couple of weeks ago. And it's gone up a little bit. He did walk in the second. No balls. 1 strike. The 0-1 pitch to JT. Line drive and another base hit out to left field. He took advantage of a hanging changeup. It's played on the hop by Bellinger. Stopping at second base is Brian De La Cruz. Runners at first and second again for the Phils. That's a 10-game hitting streak for JT Realmuto. We love to see it. And Bryson Stott will be the next man up for Philadelphia. If you did subscribe to the channel, let us know who you are down below. 2 on, 1 out, bottom of the fourth. The Phillies in the wild card standings are now 1.5 games up against the Diamondbacks. They are also 2.5 in back of the Cubs. Two runners on, 1 out, 60 pitches for Ryan Weathers. He threw 21 in the first, 16 in the second, 13 in the third, and 10 in the fourth. The next man up is Stott. Pitch number 1, strike 1 at the knees at 95 miles per hour. No balls, 1 strike. Weathers in the jam. And the 0-1 pitch. That's a line drive. It's caught over at shortstop. And there is out number 2. De La Cruz is safe at second base. Wait a sec. What the heck just happened? The ball came out of Caballero's glove at first. They said that the ball was intentionally dropped by Jose Caballero. Let's look again. Let's look again. The ball was hit right into his glove. And he didn't catch it. And Caballero took it back on over to second base. And instead, JT is going to be at first. And Sosa is out. Regardless, the pitch to Derek Hill is down for a ball. So yeah, JT is at first. De La Cruz is over at second. The pitch. And now it's 1 ball and 1 strike. It's weird on ESPN, they called it a line out over to short, but he dropped it, it looked like. One ball, 1 strike to Derek Hill. 2 runners on, 2 outs, bottom of the 4th. The 1-1 pitch. Swing and a miss. The changeup was low. Phillies tomorrow night play the Yankees at 7:20. Will Warren will face Christopher Sanchez. Hill steps out of the box. 10 seconds left on the pitch clock, and now he's back in. The 1-2 pitch to Derek Hill. That's a called strike 3. Derek says no, no, no. And the home plate umpire says, fine, let's look at ABS. That looked like it was a strike. And it was. And we go to the 5th inning. Another inning where the Philadelphia Phillies have base runners and they just can't bring home a run. It's like pulling teeth. And we go to the top of the 5th. We're tied at 1. We'll be right back in just a few moments. Don't go anywhere. All right, we're back. We are back. Yes. Here we go. Who gave Hill the green light to challenge? I don't know. I was listening on the big TV and wish for this team that they would get a young bat. I fundamentally disagree. One more good pitcher would change our fortunes. Losing 1-0 or 3-2 is still a loss. Okay. The pitch. Fly ball hit out over towards deep right center field. On the run is Hill. He has room. He'll make the grab for out number 1. Dominguez got underneath that pitch, and Keller has 30 pitches. Okay, so let me ask you this. Okay, I'm going to give you a situation right now. All right, so it's the NLDS. The Phillies are down in the series 2-1. Okay, against the Dodgers or against the Brewers or whoever it is. Do you feel confident with Aaron Nola going out there to pitch in a Game 4? Would you feel confident with Aaron Nola as your Game 4 starter? And just, you have to go to a bullpen game and you have to keep a very short leash? Or would you rather have a really solid 4 and have Jesus Luzardo pitch in Game 4? because I would much rather have that. I would. I understand your point about the bats, but if my season's on the line and I have Aaron Nola pitching, I don't like that. 1-1 pitch and a fly ball hit out over towards right field. That's hooking foul and out of play. So Jazz is down in the count 1-2. The first pitch was taken for a ball. The second pitch was taken for a strike. And the third pitch, he fouls off. Brian Keller, 8 balls, 25 strikes, 33 pitches so far. 1 ball, 2 strikes, and the 1-2 delivery. It's in the dirt for ball 2. No way. So, yeah, you feel comfortable with Zeus. That's why I want us to go out there to get another starting pitcher, because if my season's on the line, I'd rather have another really good arm. The 2-2 pitch. Swing and a miss. And another strikeout for Keller. That is out number 2 in the top of the 5th inning. That's my only rebuttal to that to that comment. I hear what you're saying about getting another bat. I'm not saying that that's a dumb take. I just don't want, with my season on the line, having to go to Aaron Nola. I don't want to do that. The pitch, fouled away. That's just dumb. Well, who else do they have? Are you going to go to Alan Ronhell? No. Are you going to go to Tim Mesa and have a bullpen game? You probably would have to. It's a lose situation. The 0-1. And that is taken for a ball. It's up high. I would rather be able to go to the bullpen and not worry about them blowing the game. That's why I say that bullpen's the number 1 priority. The 1-1 pitch. That's in there for strike 2. The 1-2 delivery. Swing and a miss. And another strikeout for Keller. Let's go, baby. All right. It's time for us to go to the 5th inning. The bottom of the 5th, that is. Love it. All right, baby. To it. 1 earned run. No walks. And 3 strikeouts. That's how a 32-year-old... He is 32, right? That's how a 32-year-old makes his debut. Nice. Ring the bell. If we could score 5 to 7 runs, I'd take my chances with Noah. Just look at the difference between the 2008 and 2011. In 11, we had 4 aces and a quick exit. Hitting wins championships in baseball. Hitting wins championships. I mean, you got to be able to hit. I agree. But pitching, when you look at the Dodgers, their pitching is stats. When you look at the Milwaukee Brewers, their pitching is stats when it comes to their bullpen and their starting pitching. I think that you need more. I think that there's more value to pitching depth nowadays than there is to bats. When you take a look at this team, I am more concerned. I'm more concerned about pitching when I'm watching this team go out there and just having to rely on Wheeler, Luzardo, and Sanchez to go 7 to 8 innings and get you to the 9th inning for Duran, that's a problem. Not saying that hitting is not a problem either. That's always been an issue. But to me, if the bullpen is going to just be this bad, that's an issue. Trey Turner is up. and the pitch is fouled away. That, to me, is more of a bigger issue than hitting. The hitting can get hot. The bullpen, I think that my argument would be is that I would much rather trust the hitters to get hot than the bullpen to get hot. And for Aaron Nola to get hot. I don't have any confidence with this bullpen, and I don't have any confidence with the starting pitching staff when it comes to the number 4 and the number 5 starters. That's why pitching is more of a priority to me. I'm not saying that the hitting is great, because it isn't. The 1-1 pitch. Fouled off. And it's 1 ball, 2 strikes. After Hamels and Lidge, the 2008 staff was just above average. 1980 had Carlton and McGraw and some average guys. Hitting in the playoffs cannot be overstated. The 1-2 pitch. That's down for ball 2. The Dodgers, though, weren't really hitting against the Phillies, but their pitching ended up outdoing the Phillies. That's what carried them last year in that round. And then the offense did better as the rounds went on. The 2-2, foul ball. That's why I think it's a great debate. I think it's such a good conversation. The 2-2 pitch, and it's inside for ball 3. So it's 3 balls and 2 strikes. And Kyle Schwarber's up next. Weathers with pitch number 73. The 3-2 delivery. Fouled away. We'll do it again. Hit the thumbs up button and hit the subscribe button as well. Got to continue to get those thumbs ups going. A 7-pitch at-bat to Trey Turner. The 3-2 pitch, and that's foul tipped out of the glove of Austin Wells, and Turner stays alive. Three balls, 2 strikes to Trey Turner. And the payoff pitch to Trey, and he fouls off another one. It was at 97, then he stays alive. Nice at bat, Trey. Well, almost struck out if Wells would have hung on to that pitch. See what happens here. The 3-2 to pitch to Turner, and another foul ball, and it goes on out of play. Phillies fan from Indiana. This is Michael. What's going on, Michael? How you doing, buddy? Good to see you on here. Is the game on there for you guys out in Indiana? 3 balls, 2 strikes. The 3-2 pitch to Turner. Swing and a miss. And Turner is down on strikes. The sweeper was down and inside. No reason for Trey to go after that. And there's out number 1. Back to the chasing. Phillies need to promote Gage and McFarland. Well, McFarland was called up. They just sent him back down. I don't know if you saw that. But Gage, I don't know, man. I would like them to use Gage as a trading piece to try to go out there and get somebody. And I'm afraid that if he comes up, his value might drop. The pitch. Swing and a miss. At the same time, though, from your perspective, maybe it could also add to his value. But how many times have we seen guys draft value drop just from having them come up to the majors? The 0-1. That's down and away for a ball. One ball, 1 strike. And the 1-1 pitch to Schwarber. And it's chopped foul towards the right side. Kyle is 2 for 2 in tonight's game with a double and a single. Turner and Schwarber today are 3 for 4 combined. The rest of the lineup is just 2 for 12. They are 0 for 6 with runners in scoring position. 1 ball, 2 strikes. The pitch, and Kyle strikes out looking at a sweeper at the knees for out number 2. And Ryan Weathers records his 6th strikeout of the game. The Phillies offense just looks so abysmal right now. They are cold as ice. And it's Bryce Harper's turn. And Harper on the first pitch grounds one over towards second. It's picked up by Jazz as he goes towards his right and throws it over to first. And there's out number 3. Okay, time for us to go to the 6th inning. We're still tied at 1 apiece. Destiny Legardo said 8 seconds ago that Mattingly hinted pregame that he wanted Keller to go through the top of the Yankees order once. Kyle Backus will pitch the 6th with 3 lefties due up. And see, here's my issue with when it comes to the analytics of this game. When it comes to just this whole entirety of a sport and the analytics, okay? I'm just going to say this once. I'm going to read this again. Don Mattingly, this is from Destiny Legardo. From Destiny Legardo. Mattingly hinted pregame, in quotes, that he wanted Keller to go through the top of the Yankees order only once. Kyle Backus will pitch the 6th with 3 lefties due up. The problem with analytics and with the way that a lot of these managers in baseball manage the game now is they have a game plan heading on into the game, and they don't make adjustments as the game moves on. This guy, Keller, was pitching great. Have him go out there for another inning and make sure that you get somebody warmed up as he's pitching. Give him the confidence boost because Backus has not been good. And with a guy that's rolling, why are we taking them out of the game? Why are we taking them out of the game? It doesn't make sense. That's the point that I wanted to make. Yeah. So 3 lefties are up. And we start off the top of the 6th. The pitch. And that's in there. I believe for a called strike. This will be challenged. Hold up a second. See what the call is. Yankees challenge this, and that is a ball. It was called a strike, and now it's overturned. It's 1 ball and no strikes. Well, no. That's up high for ball 2. The pitch. It's up high for ball 3. Three of a pitch, and that's down in the way for ball 4. Okay. Good job. And now it's Ryan McMahon who's up next. Ryan McMahon is up at the plate right now. McMahon takes it outside, way outside for a ball. The 1-0, and that misses inside for ball 2. has not even thrown a strike yet. The 2-0 pitch. And that's in there for a called strike. It's 2-1. You can't be a reliever and walk the leadoff batters. If I were a manager in Philly, I would be drinking so much my liver explodes, and I wouldn't have to deal with baseball anymore. It's crazy, man. 2 balls, 1 strike. The 2-1 pitch, and it's in there for strike 2. Backus this year has a 5.87 ERA, 15 strikeouts, and a 1.57 whip as well. 2 balls, 2 strikes. Two balls, 2 strikes, the 2-2 pitch, swing and a miss, and Backus records a strikeout, and that's how we start off the 6th inning. And there's 1 away. Jack with a 5. Thank you so much, Jack. Here comes Ben Rice in the pitch. This ball is grounded foul towards the first base side. The Phillies agree with you. They hate bringing up their best suspects for fear that they will suck and lose value. I agree with removing Keller here. So you're saying that you would have taken them out of the game, even though he was pitching well. Even though he was pitching well. Appreciate you, man. You would have taken them out, though. That's what you're saying? You would have taken them out? The 0-1, swing and a miss. And it's 0-2. Just think how bad it must be on the teams that are actually bad and under 500 right now. It's crazy. No balls, 2 strikes. Backus fires, swing and a miss. And Backus gets 2 strikeouts in a row. We'll take it. And so 2 up. 3 up, 2 down, I should say. That's a good pitch. That was a good pitch. Got to give him that. So McMahon chases and strikes out. Or is that Rice? Is that Rice that just struck out? And now we have a pitching change. Yeah, it was Rice. Okay. So Rice strikes out, and we have a pitch and change just like that. So yeah, Wells walked. And then McMahon struck out. Wells walked. McMahon struck out. And Rice just struck out too. And Goldschmidt's up. All right. Let's go, baby. Come on. Don't forget to like and don't forget to subscribe to the channel, folks. My name is Jason Joseph. This is Play by Play with JJ. 364 people watching. Let's go. Analytics suck for football, too. Yeah. Time to go. Brian Keller has looked awesome so far. Yeah, that was a good tweet. Love the sound of that. Michael Bridges got to take a picture with Bryson Stott today. He wore a Stott jersey. That's pretty cool. Saw that he was there during batting practice. From Jeff Kerr. Gage Wood had the highest number of pitches thrown in a game this year. 73. Dominant early, battled late. 4 2/3, 3 earned runs, 6 hits, 6 strikeouts, 1 walk, allowed just 1 hit through 3 innings, and struck out 5, walked nobody. It's pretty good. The pitch. That's low for a ball. 1 ball, no strikes. 1-0 is the count to Paul Goldschmidt. Johnson kicks and fires, and Goldschmidt flies one out over towards shallow left field. And Turner can't make the catch. He turned over his shoulder and just could not get to that baseball. And Goldschmidt gets on. I'm sure that they're going to call that a bloop single. And there's 2 outs with 2 runners on. Trey Turner makes another defensive mistake as he was running to try to make the catch and just could not make the basket catch over his shoulder out in shallow left field. He turned his back away from home plate, and the ball just slipped right through his body like he was cellophane. The pitch, check swing, did he go? And they say yes. No balls, 1 strike. Seth Johnson, who is on the hill for Philadelphia, has a 5.87 ERA and 20 strikeouts, along with a 1.63 whip. The 0-1, swing and a miss. No balls, 2 strikes. How did they rule that, chat? They call it an infield single. Ridiculous. No balls, 2 strikes. Johnson kicks, fires, and a line drive, base it up the middle. And Derek Hill plays it on a couple of bounces. Here comes the runner to score, and it's a 2-1 ball game. The New York Yankees take the lead, and it's an RBI single by Cody Bellinger. 2-1 Yankees. And bad defense comes back to bite the Philadelphia Phillies again. They got a lefty-on-lefty matchup there, too. And Bellinger came through with a base hit. So now we have another timeout here. Caleb Cotham is going to have a word with Seth Johnson. And that is another earned run allowed by Johnson. The Phillies are 0 for 6 today with runners in scoring position. The Yankees are 1 for 1.
Every hitter saw Kello for first time ever. Don't press your luck. When will Phillies learn Sosa is no outfielder?
Two runners on, 2 outs, top of the 6th, and Trent Grisham is up next. He is 0 for 2. He grounded out, and he also lined out as well. The pitch, swing and a miss. 0-1. Another 5 from Jack. Appreciate you, my friend. All right, no balls, 1 strike, top of the 6th. 2 outs and 2 runners on. Johnson gets set at the letters in the 0-1 delivery, swing and a miss. Every hitter saw Keller for the first time ever. Don't press your luck. When will the Phillies learn that Sosa is no outfielder? I hear you. They're annoying. Every hitter saw Keller for the first time ever. Don't press your luck. It's a lose-lose situation, man. No balls and 2 strikes. The 0-2 pitch. Popped up again. This time it's over towards the third base side and foul ground. And Bohm can't even make the catch either. Oh, my gosh. More defensive miscues for the Philadelphia Phillies. The count is 0-2. JT and Alec Bohm could not even get on the same page, and Johnson has to throw extra pitches as the at-bat continues. It was popped up towards the third base side and foul ground. JT thought that it was Bohm's ball because Bohm said, I got it. And then he just went towards his right, panicking at the last second, and the ball popped out of his glove. The 0-2 pitch. It's down for a ball. One ball, two strikes. The 1-2 pitch, and a foul ball hit back towards the screen. Bohm just dropped a foul ball for the third out. This was just after Trey Turner tried to make a basket catch that went off of his glove. The 1-2 pitch. Ground ball hit over towards second. It's played on the hop by Stott. The throw over to first. That's in time. And there's out number 3. The Phillies lose the lead. It's a 2-1 game. The Yankees are up top. And Bohm, Sosa, and De La Cruz are going to come on up. I don't know what Jeff Kerr means by Trey Turner tried to make an amazing basket catch. He should have caught that. Went off his glove, and Sosa took a step back and read the ball wrong in left field on that play. I agree with that too, though. Edmundo Sosa, because, again, he's not an outfielder, doesn't necessarily know how to call off Turner there. But Trey should have had that. Should have caught it. Oh, man. What did Boots say? I think we are watching the end of an era where we may be sellers at the deadline at this rate, says Boots. It's just a repeat of the same problems that I just can't understand. They got to get it together. That's funny. When you can't play small ball and don't get on base, your offense looks like this. And then it impacts the rest of the team in other directions, I guess. All right, time for us to go to the bottom of the 6th. It's a 2-1 game. Phillies have got to get it together. Bohm, Sosa, and De La Cruz will come on up. Phillies have 5 hits. The Yankees have 4. Yankees put up 2 runs so far. Harper hit a sac fly to give the Phillies a 1-0 lead, and then Wells homered in the 3rd, and Bellinger singled in the 6th. And Bohm on the first pitch grounds one over to third. It's played on the hop by McMahon. The throw to first base is in time. 1 pitch, 1 out. Weathers with 83 pitches in 5 1/3 of an inning. Bohm got pretty angry there. I think he just threw his helmet in the dugout. 1 out, bottom of the 6th. It's Edmundo Sosa who takes ball 1. The sinker was down. One ball, no strikes. Weathers gets set at the New York Letters, and the 1-0 delivery is a sweeper that's in there for strike 1. One ball, 1 strike. Aniel Shavili is warming up to pitch for the Yankees. The 1-1 delivery, swing and a miss. Another changeup that was down, and Sosa swung over top of it. It's Angel Shivili. Shivii. That's how you say it. Now it's 2 balls and 2 strikes. Eight seconds left on the pitch clock. Weathers with his 88th pitch. And Sosa lines this one foul over towards the left side. That was a sinking pitch that was just a bit above the dirt. And Sosa flinged it. Just could not keep it fair. Stay with the pitch. Give him credit for that. But fouled it off. Paul Skeens tonight has 9 strikeouts through 4 innings. The 2-2 pitch, and Sosa fouls off another one and stays alive. Phillies are down 2-1 to the New York Yankees. Will Trey make up with a home run later? Dude, that's a good question. What's up, Greg? What's up, Greg? How you doing, buddy? Two balls, 2 strikes. The 2-2 pitch to Sosa. And another foul ball tapped towards the right side. We mentioned that Paul Skeens has 9 strikeouts in 4 innings for the Pirates. They're taking on the Cubs. Just 2 hits allowed by Skeens. 1 hit and 1 walk, actually. 3 balls, 2 strikes to Edmundo Sosa. Weathers kicks and fires. And Sosa swings at ball 4 and fouls it off. It was high. Wonder what type of pitch he's going to get here. 3 balls, 2 strikes. We'll see. Weathers fires again. Swing and a miss. It was a changeup. It was outside. And Sosa could not catch up, and Ryan Weathers gets his 7th strikeout of the day. The Phillies continue the chase after pitches out of the zone, and they just continue the strikeout, and the offense is lost. Their bats are lost right now. 2 outs, bottom of the 6th. And Brian De La Cruz comes up in the first pitch. They say that he went around. Brian doesn't agree with it. No balls and 1 strike. Don't forget that we have trivia in the bottom of the 7th. As the 0-1 is fouled off again. Just started watching UO, thinking you do a great job. I love the Phillies, but the base coaching is not good. And the manager is weak when it comes to pitching. Changes. When it comes to pitching changes. They need help. What's up, Willie? How you doing, buddy? It's good to see you on here. I agree with you, man. I do. Weathers with his 96th pitch of the game. Here it comes. It's outside again for ball 1. Bring back Rob. I think Howie would take care of this while he was having his daily morning wake-up sit-down. The 1-2 pitch. Chopper again, hit over towards the right side. Going to be a tough play. The flip back over to first base, and Bryant beats out the throw. All right, so the first baseman was playing away from the bag and had to get to that ball quickly. It was hit softly towards the first base side, and Weathers had to go cover first base, and the Phillies get on base with 2 outs. Let's look again, and he actually dropped it, Ryan Weathers. He dropped the throw from Goldschmidt. Was a little bit low, but regardless, Brian gets on. They call it an infield single. And the tying run is at first. Brian is 2 for 3. We have a pitching change. JT is up next. Let's go. That's a way to hop. Yeah. All right. Let's go, baby. Come on. We still got a game to win. We gotta get the lead back. Gotta get the lead back. I don't care if it's with 2 outs. We got a job to do. We have a job to do. By the way, somebody was talking about, I'm happy that the Phillies didn't get Kyle Tucker. I'm just saying this. He just homered. I just think that that's funny timing. Other scores around Major League Baseball. We'll take a look at some final scores from earlier today. So you got the Royals beating the Tigers by a final score of 3-2. The San Diego Padres took care of business against the Miami Marlins, who are now 1 game under 500. They have, you think the Philadelphia Phillies have had a bad start to the second half. They have just been awful, the Marlins. The Marlins actually have not won a game in the second half. They have not. They are just sliding downwards. They've lost 11 in a row. Angel Chivili is going to come on in to pitch for the New York Yankees. 9 games, a .79 ERA, 11 1/3 of an inning, 12 strikeouts, 1 homer allowed, 4 walks, and opponents are batting .125 against him. It's a 2-1 lead for the Yankees. JT is up, and he will try to get on base for Philadelphia, who has gotten 6 hits today. Turner's 1 for 2. Schwarber's 2 for 3. De La Cruz 2 for 3, and JT 1 for 1. That's your offensive production. The pitch, up high and away for a ball, and Bryce Harper 0 for 2 with a sac fly. Give the Marlins time. They play the Phillies next week. Love that. 1 ball, no strikes. The 1-0 pitch to JT. Swing and a miss. That was a changeup at 88 miles per hour. One ball, 1 strike. And the pitch. Down and away for ball 2. And so it's 2 balls and 1 strike now. Don't forget to like. Don't forget to subscribe. We call these games for free. Yes, we do. Thank you for the gift. I appreciate that very, very much. The 2-1 to JT. Line drive, base hit out towards shallow center field. JT gets on for the 3rd time today, and Brian De La Cruz stops over at 3rd. All right, come on. Charge! JT stayed with the pitch again, got it off the end of the bat. It looked like it was a slider that was hanging out there, and he just got it off the end of the bat. Didn't want to do too much with it. Made contact with the baseball, and he's over at 1st. Much better hitting from Realmuto, and here comes Stott. The tying runs at 3rd. The go-ahead runs at 1st. Chivili gets set and deals, and the pitch is up high and away for ball 1. One ball, no strikes. The Phillies are just batting .182 in the month of July with runners in scoring position. And the 1-0 pitch popped up over towards shallow left field. Bellinger's there in foul ground and makes the grab, and the inning is over. And another opportunity squandered by the Philadelphia Phillies. As we go to the 7th inning, we'll step aside, and we'll be right back in just a little bit. Jose Alvarado is going to come on in for the Philadelphia Phillies. This will be his 44th appearance of the season. He has a 6.08 ERA, 14 walks allowed, 50 strikeouts as well in 37 innings. And he will face Jason Dominguez to start off the top of the 7th inning. Alvarado kicks and delivers. And the sinker is down the hatch for strike one. No balls and one strike. The 0-1. That's in there for a strike. To make the count now 0-2. Now the next pitch is taken for a ball. One ball, two strikes. Alvarado fires again. The pitch is high for ball two. So Jason Dominguez is 0 for 2 in this ball game. Lined out to right and flied out to center. And this time he flies one out over towards deep left field, and that ball is crushed, and Jason Dominguez takes Jose Alvarado deep and launches his 6th home run of the season. The 23-year-old sent that thing to Mars. And it was drilled. A sinker down Broad Street, and it goes a total of 420 feet out into the night. And for Jose Alvarado, who came on into tonight with a 6.08 ERA, that's his 26th earned run that he has allowed. The pitch, fouled off by Jazz. No balls, one strike. Alvarado fires, and the cutter misses off target for ball one. That's only the 4th home run that Alvarado has given up. The last time that Alvarado gave up a homer was against the Brewers. The 1-1 pitch, fouled off towards the right side. Boots is aggravating. Aggravating. It's Two-Face. Is that what you call him? You call him Harvey Two-Face? Braves are winning the division. Cowie says, "What's up, Cowie?" It's good to see you on here. Yeah. 1 ball, 2 strikes. Alvarado fires, and the cutter misses outside for ball 2. The Twins came to the Phillies with a trade offer. It was Buxton and Bailey Obear for Andrew Painter and Aiden Miller. The Phillies heard what the Twins wanted, and they were apparently made uncomfortable. I heard that report was not true. The 2-2 pitch, swing and a miss, and there's out number 1 in the top of the 7th inning. I heard, I forget which person tweeted about it, but Phillies Tailgate said that was not true. So, I don't know. I'm taking it with a grain of salt. The bottom line is that the Phillies have got to be better. That's what I heard. Caballero drags a bunt over towards third. Bohm barehands it, throws it over to first. That's wide, and that's going to get by the first baseman Harper. And heading on over to second is Jose Caballero. That, my friends, is what you call an incredible bunt by Caballero. He just dragged that right over towards the third base side, and Bohm tried to make the barehanded play. He did throw it over to first because he thought that he could get him out, and he could have, but it had to have been a good throw, and it was towards the left side of Bryce Harper, who just could not keep his foot on the bag, and that was not far enough for him to be able to catch it. So we threw it away. 3-1 Yankees. I don't know what's a bigger issue, the pitching or the defense or the hitting. It's like it's all crumbling down right now for this baseball team. The clown show continues. Ugh. So that puts a runner in scoring position. And Austin Wells is up next. Bunting works. I never want to see these throwback hats ever again, says Philly Sports on top. Is there an emoji that plays the Benny Hill theme music? We need that. Oh my gosh. Austin Wells is up against Alvarado. And the pitch is grounded towards the right side. Stott plays it on a hop, throws it over to first, and there's out number 2. Caballero heads on over to third. I don't think there's any helping this team. There's too much wrong, says Rodney. Now it's affecting the defense. It's just all psychological. It's getting into their psyche. Not all psychological, but it is affecting their psyche. The pitch. There's a called strike. It's 0-1. The 0-1 pitch. Fly ball hit out over towards deep right field. That ball's going back towards the track, but it'll stay in the yard as Brian De La Cruz makes the catch for out number 3. It's a 3-1 game. The Yankees lead it by 2. Derek Hill, Trey Turner, and Kyle Schwarber are up next for the Philadelphia Phillies. All right, I'm going to ask you a Philadelphia Phillies trivia question, and if you get it right, you will hear this. If, however, you get it wrong, you will hear this. And, by the way, you also have 30 seconds to answer the trivia question. So the question that I have for you guys, what is the most wins? What is the franchise record that the Phillies have ever had in a season when it comes to their wins? What is the Phillies franchise record for most wins in a season? Didn't really phrase that well. But on your marks, get set, go. The most wins that the Phillies have ever had in a season, the franchise record is blank. 86. Nope. 103. Close. 102. Phillies recorded a franchise record of 102 wins in 2011. They went 102-60. That is correct. Good job to everybody that got it. Phillies Sports on Top got it. Do not spam the chat, but appreciate you, man. All right, Paul Blackburn is going to pitch. 102 is correct. Yes, it is. Nice job, my friends. Good stuff. Callie also got it, too. Dave also got it, and Hitman got it as well. Awesome stuff. Awesome stuff. Brandon Marsh is up to bat. This week can't be bad. We got LeBron. Can LeBron pull a Jordan and play baseball? That's funny. Brandon Marsh is up. Phillies are down by 2, and they will go to their first pinch hitter of the game, and that's Marsh, batting for Derek Hill. Blackburn gets set at the belt, and the pitch to Marsh is low for a ball. The Phillies have gone to a total of 5 pitchers today. And the Yankees have gone to 2. Blackburn is the third. The 1-0 pitch, swing and a miss. And it's 1 ball, 1 strike. As a pinch hitter, Brandon Marsh is batting .292 with 3 doubles, a homer, and 5 RBIs. The 1-1 pitch to Brandon Marsh. Ground ball hit over towards first, backhanded by Goldschmidt, and he just rushes over to the bag to get Brandon Marsh out. There's Jonathan Bolin. He will pitch the 8th inning. Turner comes up, and he takes a curveball in the dirt and outside for a ball. Thanks, man. I appreciate that. Star Wars Ladybug, you are the best. The 1-0 pitch, and that's down and away for ball 2. I appreciate that. I really do. Again, in like tough times like this, or sorry, I should say tough slumps like this, you know, it's nice to just be able to be together and just be able to just talk and vent. 2-0 pitch, and that's outside for ball 3. Just remember, Chad, it could be a lot worse. The 3-0 delivery. And that's in there for a strike. We've been through some horrible, horrible baseball. ...2012 until like 2018 was not fun. 3-1 pitch. High bouncer hit over towards shortstop. Caballero has it, throws it over to first, and Goldschmidt tags out Trey Turner. And there's 2 away. 2 up and 2 down. Caballero had to jump up and catch it on the bounce, and then he got his feet planted and threw it over to first because Trey Turner is really quick. And the throw got Goldschmidt off the bag, but Goldschmidt caught it and then swiped Trey Turner out. Kyle Schwarber comes up. The pitch looked low. It's called a strike. The Phillies do not challenge. And it's 0-1 to Kyle Schwarber. Kyle is 2 for 3. Blackburn kicks and fires, and Schwarber grounds one over towards the right side, and Goldschmidt plays it on a hop, tosses it back over to Blackburn's way, and he goes to cover the bag for out number 3. We go to the 8th inning. The Phillies trail 3-1 against the New York Yankees. Other scores around Major League Baseball, we will take a look at that right now. We mentioned some of the final scores from earlier today. The Padres beat the Marlins 7-2. The Royals won 3-2 against the Tigers. And those were some final scores. The Blue Jays also shut out the Red Sox 6-0. Dylan Cease did get his 7th win of the season. Big for him. He actually threw a one-hitter. He threw a one-hit complete game shutout against the Boston Red Sox. Sonny Gray did get the loss. Give up 5 earned runs. All 5 of those runs were in the 3rd inning. And they ended up losing the Red Sox by a score of 6-0. The Giants beat the Angels by a final score of 9-2. Robbie Ray got his 9th win of the season. Johnson got his 5th loss. That's Ryan Johnson. He's now 2-5 for Anaheim. The Nationals won 5-3 against the Arizona Diamondbacks. And Foster Griffin got his 12th win of the season. And Beater got his 9th save of the season. The Guardians are getting shut out by Tampa Bay. The score is 3-0. That game is in the bottom of the 7th. The Brewers and the Rockies are tied at 2. That game is currently in the bottom of the 4th. And then the Cardinals lead at 1-0 against the Cincinnati Reds. And the Rangers have a 5-0 advantage over the Seattle Mariners. No score out at Wright Field. The White Sox and the Astros are scoreless over there. The Orioles lead at 1-0 against the Atlanta Braves. That's in the bottom of the 4th. The Twins and the A's are also scoreless. The Dodgers lead the Mets 3-0 as they go to the top of the 4th. And last but not least, the Cubs are up 3-0 against the Pittsburgh Pirates. Bolin fires, and the first pitch is outside for a ball. 3-1 Yankees. Rice tonight 0 for 3. The 1-0 swing and a miss. It's 1 ball and 1 strike. Jonathan Bolin with a 2.86 ERA, 42 strikeouts, and a total of 34 2/3 of an inning. The 1-1 pitch. That's called a strike. Rice will challenge this. Let's see. Looked like it caught the outside corner, and it did. And the Yankees lose their second challenge. Phillies still have 1 left. Yankees have none. Pitching practice. It's terrible, man. Time is called by Ben Rice. He will step on out of the box. Yep. Hit that thumbs up button, chat. And hit that subscribe button as well. It's been a quiet one today. But all the likes that we can get, I would really appreciate. The 1-2 pitch. And a swing and a miss. And there is out number 1. We did get to 213. Keep the likes a-coming. 1 away, top of the 8th inning. Still got a lot of people tapping on in. The Phillies are just sleepwalking. The pitch, grounded over towards second. Play it on a hop by Stott. And the throw over to first. Out number 2 recorded. Do you guys think it's all mental? Do you think it's all psychological, what's going on right now with the Philadelphia Phillies? Cody Bellinger is up, and he takes a changeup that's low for a ball. One ball, no strikes. 5 seconds left on the pitch clock. The 1-0 pitch. And that's outside for ball 2. I hope that when JJ might start losing subs. Hey, man, this is how baseball goes. When the vibes are high, things are good. When the things aren't going so good, this is what it is. It happens. 2-0 pitch, and that's in there for a strike. That's not my fault. You know, we just capitalize on the good times. That's how it goes. Definitely, this is not our Phillies. 2-1, foul ball. Steve says no. What's going on with the team in your opinion? Two balls, 2 strikes. Is this just a slump? The 2-2, and that's up high for ball 3. Or is this more than a slump? There's no sport that's as apparent when a team just doesn't want to compete, says Dave. The 3-2 pitch. Fly ball hit out over towards left center field. On the run is Marsh. He won't be able to make the catch. It was smart that he didn't dive there. Here's the throw on over towards second. So the throw is not in time. Turner cut off the throw. Marsh is out in center field. He just does not have a good arm. Out in center. 2 outs and a runner at second. That ball stayed up for Bellinger to be able to get a hit there. At least Marsh didn't dive for it. That was the correct decision. But then he threw it to the cutoff man, Trey Turner, and he probably would have gotten Cody Bellinger out if he made a good throw over the second. Boone was going to go out there, and now has to go back to the dugout. I don't know what was going on. It's a home run derby hangover. The Phillies have fallen off big since the All-Star break. Since the All-Star game. Feels like April again. Trent Grisham comes up, and he takes a four-seamer outside for a ball. Boone, in his 9th season as Yankees manager, 755 wins, 542 losses. 1 ball, no strikes. Bolin versus Grisham. The 1-0 pitch. Swing and a miss. It's absolutely mental. The bats aren't falling, and they are still able to move their feet and hands. Everything else is between the ears. The 1-1 pitch. Swing and a miss. And it's 1-2. Philly fans were quiet last night, JJ. I was at the ballpark. Yankees fans were roaring. Well, it just goes to show. You know, who wants to be supporting this team right now? I'll give you guys credit, though. 1 ball, 2 strikes. The 1-2 delivery. Inside and high for ball 2. Two balls, 2 strikes. Bolin gets set at the letters. The 2-2 pitch. Fouled away. And the count still remains at 2 apiece. By the way, I don't think we mentioned the Cardinals game. The Cardinals are actually up 1-0 against the Reds. And the Rays lead it 3-0 against the Guardians. That game is in the 8th inning. Nick Martinez went 6 innings, allowed 4 hits, no runs, and struck out 5 batters. Runner at second, and the 2-2 delivery. It's outside for ball 3. Bolin is now behind in the count. It's a full count. Cleveland is 1.5 games in back of the White Sox, who lead the American League Central. 3 balls, 2 strikes. The 3-2 pitch. And a ground ball hit over towards first. Harper plays it on a hop and takes it over to the bag. And we go to the bottom of the 8th inning. All right, folks, time to wake up. Let's go. Where are we tuning on in from tonight? Time for the bats to do something. Gotta do something here. You gotta do something. I support them, but reality says that they're average. Right now they are. Come on! Seems like they make the same mistakes on the bases, same mistakes swinging wildly, same mistakes in fielding. Let's go. Come on, baby. Come on. Why is he smiling? I don't know. I want to win. I want us to win this game. I will do whatever it takes to help us put a smile on our faces. I don't know, man. There's only so much that I can do. Whatever it takes to win, it doesn't matter. We got New Jersey in the chats. What's up, Kyle? How you doing, buddy? First time on here, I guess. It's so good to see you, man. This is what losing looks like. Come on. I don't want us to lose. I do not want us to lose this game. The Mermaid City of Norfolk, Virginia. Love it. Doko. What's going on, Rob? How you doing? Nice. Really, really, really good to see you. Sydney, Australia, says Scott. Yes, sir. Yulee, Florida, says Crazed. I'm at work, says Greg. Nice. Hope you're having a good night. Hope you are having a good night. Bryce Harper will lead things off. It hasn't really been a good night for him offensively, even though he did have a sac fly back in the first inning. Seems like every time the Phillies get an early lead, they just don't add up on runs. Bryce Harper is up. Bottom of the 8th inning. It's a 2-run lead for the Yankees. Blackburn's first pitch, and Harper rips it over towards first, but it's caught by Paul Goldschmidt, and there's out number 1. Again, he hit it sharply, just right at Goldschmidt. Darn it. I know that the results matter, but he hit it hard. Still got to keep hitting like that, man. Just unfortunate. 1 out, bottom of the 8th, and Bohm comes up, and he takes a strike from Blackburn, and it's 0-1. Alec has grounded out twice, and he has also lined out. The 0-1 pitch, outside for a ball. So it's 1 ball and 1 strike. Blackburn gets set at the belt and fires. The next pitch is off the plate for ball 2. That was thrown at 95. Do we need another standing ovation for the whole team, just like we did for Turner? Says Rob. The 2-1 delivery. It's low for ball 3. I mean, you're allowed to be in a slump, but there's a difference between being in a slump and just looking incompetent. 3-1 pitch, and that's up high and inside for ball 4. The tying run is going to come on up to the plate. Cheers, L'chaim. Come on. George! Here comes Edmundo Sosa. Blackburn kicks and deals, and the pitch is in there for a strike at 94 miles per hour. No balls, 1 strike to Sosa. The 0-1 pitch, swing and a miss. That changeup could not catch up to it. You can't fix this car, Spicoli. What's that from? The 0-2 pitch and a foul ball. What's the reference? No balls and 2 strikes. Bottom of the 8th. 1 out. Blackburn with his 20th pitch. Here it comes. And the 0-2 is a breaking ball that's in the dirt. And Sosa doesn't go. Harps off. They should have pitched our best pitchers in the Mets series instead of holding them out for the Dodgers. That's what I would have done. Kept the Dodgers for seeing our best pitchers. 1 ball, 2 strikes, the 1-2 delivery. Grounded over to third. This should be 2. The throw to second, there's 1. The throw to first, Sosa beats it out. At least he hustled. And there's 2 away. Fast Times at Ridgemont High. Broken car, broken team. That's what it's from? Fast Times. Huh. Never seen that. That's interesting. It was before you were around, JJ. Gotcha. So I'm too young. 2 outs in the bottom of the 8th inning. That's a 5-4 fielder's choice. And Justin Crawford will be the next man up. The pitch. A called strike. If you were Don Mattingly, what would you say to this team right now? What would you say to this baseball team right now? No balls. 1 strike. Blackburn fires again. The pitch, it's outside. Did he go? And it's 1-1. Blackburn gets set at the belt. The 1-1 pitch. And this is grounded right in front of home plate. And Wells gets to it, bare hands it, throws it over to first. And it's time for us to go to the 9th inning. Phillies trail 3-1. Dominguez, Chisholm Jr., and Caballero are up next for the New York Yankees. Folks, if you are new to my channel, my name is Jason Joseph, and this is Play-by-Play with JJ. I want to say thank you all so much for all the support. Obviously, I have no bearing as to how or as to what the result of this game is going to be. There is nothing that I can do about that, but the one thing that you can do is hit the thumbs up button and subscribe to the channel, because the one thing that I do is I'm on for as many Phillies games as possible, and I try to give it my all for every single call that I have. You know, people can critique me, and people can always say things, and I can always ask myself, you know, how can I be better? But the one thing I will never say about myself is that I don't show up, because I do. I show up, and I give it my all for every single game that I call. But please make sure that you guys hit the thumbs up button and subscribe to the channel. I wish that the Phillies would give their all today and be better out there on the diamond, but that just has not been the case. That has not been the case so far. Okay, time for us to go to the 9th inning. Make sure that you guys go follow us on the social media platforms, and also don't forget to go check us out on TikTok and on the other platforms that are out there, Instagram and X and Facebook. That is what we're on. We love your comments. I love you guys, man. I love you guys so, so much. The announcer jinx is on. Let's go, baby! Let's go. Duran is going to come on in for Jonathan Bolin. Chad, thank you very, very much for the sub. I appreciate it. I do. Okay, time for us to go to the 9th. Dominguez, who homered his last time up, is going to face Duran. You can drop the spiders. Did they even do the light show tonight? I hope not. There's no reason to do it when they're losing like this. Duran with a 1.32 ERA, 34 innings, 50 strikeouts, 6 walks allowed, and opponents are batting .202 against him. Sosa is in left, Crawford's in center, and Marsh is out in right. The pitch, swing and a miss. How come Crawford wasn't playing center field earlier and they put Marsh in center? That came back to bite them. The pitch. Now it's 1 ball, 1 strike. That's true. That is so true. 1 ball, 1 strike. The pitch. Inside and high for ball 2. Appreciate you, man. I really do. We got a post-game show after this. And in the post-game show, that's when we unleash our happiness, our anger, and all of our feelings that we have built up just thanks to this baseball team. It's 2 balls and 2 strikes to Jason Dominguez, the Martian, batting on the left side. Duran's 2-2 pitch. Swing and a miss. A nasty splitter thrown by the Durantula, and there's 1 out in the top of the 9th inning. 1 away in the 9th. Phillies down by 2. It's 3-1 Yankees. Jazz is up. He's 0 for 3. He has struck out all 3 times today. Shows bunt but takes it back. And the splitter is downstairs. 1 ball, no strikes. The Yankees scored in the 3rd, the 6th, and the 7th inning. They've put up 1 run in each of those innings. The 1-0 pitch, it's a strike at the knees. They have outscored the Phillies in this series 4-1. The 1-1 pitch, strike 2. Excellent knuckle curve thrown by Duran. There's David Bednar. He's warming up in the bullpen. The 1-2 delivery. It's high for ball 2. So Crawford, who made the final outs in the 8th inning, is now in center field. The 2-2 pitch, foul ball. So that means that in the bottom of the 9th, the Phillies will have JT, Bryson, and Marsh up to bat. That's 7, 8, and 9. 2 balls, 2 strikes to Jazz Chisholm Jr. The pitch, down for ball 3. In a non-save situation, yikes. These normally are where the ERA goes way up. 3-2 pitch. And a fastball fouled back towards the screen. Marlins lost and the Braves are losing. I don't even care about the Braves anymore. I care about this Philadelphia Phillies team just trying to get their psyche back together. The 3-2 pitch, fouled away. Crawford's not much better than Brandon Marsh in center. Crawford also 145th out of 154 fielders in arm strength. He has better arm strength, in my opinion, than Brandon Marsh does. Why is Duran pitching now? Because he's had a lot of days of rest, and they got to throw him sometime. The 3-2 pitch, and a called strike 3 on the outside edge. Another nice knuckle curve thrown by Duran. He last pitched on Monday. That's why he's pitching today. Because the Phillies have not really had many save opportunities. The pitch. That's inside for a ball. No, I do care about the standings for sure. I do, but obviously, I'm just more so focusing on the Phillies rather than just the Braves now because we're in such a bad slump. It's 1 strike to Jose Caballero. The second pitch was taken down the middle. The 1-1 delivery. Low for ball 2. Jazz is such a diva. 2 balls, 1 strike. The 2-1 pitch. Bunted foul towards the third base side. What's up, Scott? Good to see you on here, buddy. Yeah, the Phillies can come back. I really hope that they can, but I'm not sure. They're going up against David Bednar for the bottom of the 9th. Good luck. Good luck against Bednar. You're down by 2. 2 balls, 2 strikes. The 2-2 pitch. Swung on and missed, and Duran strikes out the side. All right, folks, after the game is over, we have a post-game show. I do want to hear you guys calling in. I want to hear you guys calling into the post-game show. I want you to talk to me and tell me exactly, if you were Don Mattingly, what would you say to this baseball team right now? Because they have looked very incompetent out there, and they've done that pretty much since the start of the second half of the season. So I want to hear your thoughts. I want to hear what is going on through your minds and how you feel about this Philadelphia Phillies team. And we'll save that for the postgame show. So after the game is done, we'll do a little recap, and then we'll take a 5-minute break. Then we'll come back on. We'll just, I will give you my thoughts on this team, and then you guys call on it and be like, JJ, this team stinks. This team needs to do better. And this is what I would say to the Philadelphia Phillies if I'm in that dugout. If I'm talking to this team in the clubhouse, this is exactly what I would say. And then fire away. Fire away. All right, Phillies are down by 2. The game's still not done yet. It's not over until it's over. But is it too little, too late? Let's go. Let's go. Even Rivera blew saves in his career. That's true. We still have a chance. It's not over until it's over. Come on. We will be cheering for this team and hoping that this team can get a win no matter when we are on. Look at the Pirates. They're getting blown out 8-0. Skeens was doing so good, and then he just had a terrible inning. He gave up 3 runs in the 5th. He had like 9 strikeouts in the first 4 innings. I mean, unbelievable. Duran did his job. We got to get 2 runs. And we got to do it against one of the best closers in all of baseball, and that's David Bednar. 19 for 21 in save opportunities. This guy has been really strong. Bednar versus JT. The first pitch is down for a ball. It's 1 ball and no strikes to Realmuto, who has gotten on base all 3 times today. He walked in the 2nd, he singled in the 4th, and singled again in the 6th. The 1-0 pitch, and that's down again for ball 2. David Bednar did pitch in last night's game. He pitched 1 inning, recorded 1 strikeout, and got his 19th save. The 2-0 pitch to JT. Ground ball hit sharply over towards third, and the throw, nope, it's a foul ball. It is a foul ball. It was a high bouncer hit over towards the third base line. The third base umpire did rule it foul, but the third baseman threw it anyways over to first. And they actually did show the third base umpire there, so I do apologize. Thank goodness. So he gets another chance. Still don't know why he would swing at that. I'd be saying, anyone have some whiskey? Oh, man. 2 balls, 1 strike to Real Muto. Bednar gets set, kicks, and delivers. And JT swings and misses at the splitter, throwing it 90 miles per hour down Broad Street. It is 2 balls and 2 strikes. David Bednar comes set, winds up, and delivers. And JT grounds one over towards shortstop. It's backhanded by Caballero. The throw over to first. And JT is just out by a quarter of a step. And there's one away. Caballero threw a missile over to first. Don Magway says, hold up a second. And they will not challenge. Let's look again. Caballero is a really good player. And he was out. The foot was on the bag. And there's one away. Started off the count 2-0, then swung at a pitch. Almost grounded out. Ended up grounding out anyways. The pitch to Stott. And a called strike 1. Down the heart and soul of the plate. The 0-1 pitch, swing and a miss. That was a fastball down the middle. Stott wanted to swing for the fences that time, and he was late. He actually really swung right through it. Big whiff there for David Bednar. No balls, 2 strikes. The 0-2 to Stott, and he shoots it foul. That time it looked like he got another fastball there. The 0-2 pitch. Another tapper. This time is over towards the right side. Bednar has it on a bounce, and he'll take it over to the bag himself for out number 2. 2 up and 2 down. And 1 more out to go. Brandon Marsh, who's up next. Brandon Marsh is the next man up. And it's all up to him. 2 outs, base is empty. And Marsh looks at a curve at the knees for strike 1. Anyone ever heard the tree in the forest analogy? Now explain it to me. The 0-1, it's up high for a ball. It's something like there's a tree somewhere in a forest that spent its entire life making the oxygen so you could come here today and strike out. You need to find that tree and say you're sorry. Like that. The 1-1 pitch, and Marsh fouls off another one, and the count is at 1-2, and the Phillies are down to their final strike. That's pretty wild. I like that. One ball, 2 strikes. The 1-2 delivery. Down for ball 2. The splitter was in the dirt. Marsh did not start today. came on in the pinch hit for Derek Hill. 2 balls, 2 strikes. Bednar gets set and delivers, and that's down again for ball 3. The count is full to Brandon Marsh. If Marsh gets on, Trey Turner is the next man up. 3 balls and 2 strikes to Brandon Marsh. What's he going to throw here? The 3-2 pitch, and Marsh fouls it off and stays alive. It goes out of play. 6 pitches in this at-bat to Brandon Marsh. Marsh does have 16 home runs this season. His average is now down to 288. The 3-2 pitch from Bednar. Swinging a grounder. Hit back over towards short. And the throw to first is in time. The ball game is over. And the Phillies lose again to the New York Yankees. They lose the first 2 games and put up 1 run in the first 18 innings of this series. Tonight, they fall short and lose 3-1 against the Yankees. Bednar gets the save. Weathers gets the win. And the Phillies will have to try to avoid a sweep tomorrow out at Citizens Bank Park as the ugly baseball continues out at Citizens Bank Park for the home team. Okay, so here is what is going to happen, my friends. First and foremost, if you don't want to stay on for the postgame show, that is completely fine. Hit the thumbs up button and hit the subscribe button on your way out. If you can't call on in about 15 to 20 minutes or so, you can call and leave me a voicemail message, and I will gladly play your voicemail messages on stream if you guys choose to do that. Because in this post-game show, if you do call on in, I want you to put yourself in the shoes of Don Mattingly, and I want to hear what you guys would say when you rally the troops together and you talk to them as a collective group. What would you say to them? What would you tell them that's on your mind? And how would you say it? That's what our postgame show is going to be about today. Because this is another disgusting loss by the Philadelphia Phillies. Kyle Backus is now 1-1. Ryan Weathers, 4-7. He gets the win. The Philadelphia Phillies couldn't even hit off of him today. So, we'll talk more about it in the postgame show. And we will hear more of your thoughts. The one thing that I love about doing this chat is that we can have our own opinions. Some people are going to say, JJ, you need to breathe. JJ, you need to chill. This is not a big problem. They were hot about a month ago in the month of June. June is now done. They've cooled off. There's no alarms. There's nothing that we need to do to press the panic button. Everything is going to be fine. I feel differently. I do. And you guys pretty much know how I feel. But we'll talk more about it in the postgame show. And I want to hear how you feel. I do. And we'll read some comments. We'll sit back and we'll dissect everything. All right? But give me 5 minutes. 5 minutes is all I ask. Take a step off. Get up and stretch. Come back. And we'll just breathe. And then we'll dissect everything. So, all right. We'll be right back. 5 minutes. 5 minutes. That's how long our break is going to be. And I will see you all on the other side. See you soon. All right.
Graduated from Rowan University in the spring of 2022 with a sports communication and media degree. I got to actually call minor league baseball and G League basketball games while I was in school. And then I graduated, and as soon as I graduated, I went to NFL Films in Mount Laurel, New Jersey. And as much as I loved that experience, I miss putting on the headsets. I decided, you know what, talk is cheap. I have a laptop that's in my house, and so 21 months later, here we are, still on YouTube, calling games and building an incredible, loving community on here with the people that I call my Philly freaks with a capital P and a capital H. We go live for every single Phillies, Sixers, and Eagles game, and we do it like old school radio play-by-play style. I'm Jason Joseph, and this is Play-by-Play with JJ.
I showed a swung on barrel. Get out to right field. Bye-bye baseball.
That baby is long gone.
What a bunch of losers. I'm watching this game tonight, and I could have sworn I was watching the Bad News Bears. I could have sworn that I was watching an incompetent baseball team that just looked like that they were lost, also looked like that they didn't want to compete, and just were absolutely lifeless out there on the diamond. That's what I saw tonight with my two eyes. That's what came to me when I was watching this game from the start. I don't know where to begin, but wow, just a pitiful, disgusting display of baseball by the Philadelphia Phillies. You talk about a team that left 8 men on base, that was 0 for 7 with runners in scoring position. I'll give you more numbers in a second, but I will tell you for free that this baseball team is just such a shell of themselves. They can't do anything right. Today was a bullpen game. The bullpen actually did a good job at keeping them involved in this game, and your offense was asleep. This game put everybody to sleep because the offense was abysmal. Plenty of times, countless amount of times, this team had chances to score. Even when they put up 1 run in the first inning on the Bryce Harper sacrifice fly, and they only got 1 run there, it wasn't good enough. We knew that they left meat on the bones in that inning. Ball grounds out over the short, and Sosa strikes out. Ryan Weathers tonight looked like that he was Tim Lincecum in his prime. He did. He looked like he was Tim Lincecum. And the Philadelphia Phillies were chasing after all these pitches. They've gone back to, Chad, the Rob Thompson days. That's where they are with their offense. Remember how when they were playing good baseball, we were watching them disciplined. We were watching them focused. We saw that they were stealing bags, and nothing looked like that it was forced. Everything that this team is doing looks like it's scripted, and it looks like that whenever you're trying to get a run out there, you are pulling teeth. You are disorganized. This whole team is disorganized. They don't have a clue of how to execute when pressure comes to the Philadelphia Phillies. Whenever they're faced with adversity right now, they crumble. They fold. And that is the most glaring thing that has come from the second half of the All-Star break so far. And it's concerning. When they were playing good baseball, they found ways to win and beat up against the bad bullpens. We gave them credit for that. It's not about the losses. This is about how do they look? What are your eyes telling you when you watch this baseball team out there on the diamond? And it's not even at the plate. We saw bad base running against the Dodgers. And today, we saw awful defense from Bohm. We saw awful defense from Sosa and Turner as well. And on top of that, you're still not hitting with runners in scoring position. And the one person that I blame during this whole time, besides just the players, I have to put blame on Don. I have to put blame on Don Mattingly. And the reason why I do it is because I said this in the beginning. If Brandon Marsh is struggling against left-handed pitchers, why are you pulling the plug so early with him when it comes to him not starting in the lineup? Why is he on the bench? If he's struggling, have him play through his deficiencies right now. Because you saw what it was like when he was hot out there at the plate. You saw what he could do. We were saying back in June, put this man in the leadoff spot. This guy is hitting for contact. He has changed up his stance. His swing looks more smooth and leveled out. And now, because he's struggling, and it's only been a week or 2 weeks and a half, really, now we're saying he needs to platoon. When this guy was your best hitter on your team. And now you want to give him less at-bats. In hitting, when it comes to baseball, more than anything, you got to be able to hit through your slumps. And there's times where, you know, we have too long of a leash on a guy like Trey Turner or Kyle Schwarber at times. I don't usually say this about Schwarber, but there's times where he goes through a really, really bad slump, and they give him a longer leash. Brandon Marsh deserves that. Brandon Marsh deserves that all the time. He deserves that right now. This guy was actually the best hitter when it came to facing lefties in this Phillies lineup. He was. He was their best hitter that they had against left-handed pitching, and now he is struggling. But that doesn't mean that you sit him. It doesn't mean that you just pull the trigger on it now, because that is a Rob Thompson move. That's what you do. He earned that spot to be able to be in the lineup every single day. And now you're taking that away from him? Why? And if you're going to take that away from him, why aren't you going to do it to Trey Turner? Why aren't you going to do it to somebody else that's struggling? It doesn't make sense to me. It does not add up. All right? I don't know what made me more angry. The fact that Trey Turner and Kyle Schwarber got on with a single in the bottom of the third to lead things off, and then Harper grounds into a double play on the first pitch. I don't know if that made me more angry, or Alec Bohm when it came to not communicating with JT on a pop-out over towards the third base side, and him just not being able to catch the ball in the seventh inning. That pretty much ticked me off too. They are just in their heads right now. A lot of this is mental. It's affecting their psyche right now. And I thought that we were over this. Don Mattingly was supposed to change the culture of this team. And he was. I gave him credit where credit was due. I thought that he was doing a really good job managing this team because they were 10 games under 500. And now, and then at one point, they were 11 games over 500. And I gave him a lot of credit. They've never been swept during Don Mattingly's tenure. But this is not good. They're going through adversity right now. Some people are going to say, well, I'm glad that they're going through this right now because I'd rather have it happen now than in the playoffs. Fair enough. But this is not acceptable. What they're doing now is not acceptable because they're not even showing you fight. The game was over right before it started. This game was over right before it started. Imagine, the best analogy that I can make is this. Okay? You're going to school. After the day is over, okay, you didn't really have a good day. You are dreading going back the very next day because you have a big assignment that's due and you just don't want to be there. And you're afraid and you can't sleep that night. And then you know that the next day is just not going to be a good day. And you just show up anyways, and it ends up being a horrible day. And nothing else changes because you had the mindset before the day even started that it was going to be a rough day. The Phillies last night, with them getting shut out, they went on into this game and they said, we're not going to be able to score. We're not going to be able to change anything up here. And it just looked like from the eye test that they just did not want to compete and they didn't even want to be there from the beginning. And that's a problem to me. I don't take that lightly. I'm a diehard Philly freak. I love this team. I support them with all my heart. You guys know that. And I embrace the highs. We talk great praise with this team when they are on a roll, when they are playing good baseball. I can't just ignore the bad signs here. I'm not doing my job if I'm not acknowledging what they're giving you right now, because this is just a disgrace. This is trash. Bednar wasn't going to blow the save. I actually really liked what Brian Keller gave you today. I did. Brian Keller gave you good stuff. Tim Mesa did great. Keller had one bad pitch to Austin Wells. That was it. That was it. And I know some of you guys might disagree. I'm saying, though, he did good for 3 innings. Have him go out there to start off the 6th, and then just have somebody warmed up in the bullpen. That's what I would have done. But any way you look at it, the bullpen wasn't going to keep the lead for you anyways. It didn't help that you didn't get assistance from your defense. That really sucked. That really blew. But the most blame really needs to go on the captain of the ship. That's the manager, and also on the players as well for just looking absolutely lifeless out there. Again, this is not just one game. This is a bunch of games that have gone on during the week, and it's a problem. The goal is to play well in October. If you're playing like this, you're not going to win. You're not getting out of the first round. As a matter of fact, and I hate to press this button, but if they keep playing like this, which I don't expect, I do expect that they're going to bounce out of this sometime. But they could miss the playoffs. They could legitimately miss the playoffs. That's not out of the question. Right now, the Philadelphia Phillies are 6 games in back of the Atlanta Braves. They've lost 4 in a row. The Braves have won 3 in a row. The Phillies are just 1 game above the Diamondbacks right now as we speak. 1 game. They're almost at the point where they could be in a dogfight. So, I'm just saying. I'm going to read you a few things. And I want you guys to hear how this sounds from other people who cover the team. I hope you're ready for this. The Phillies are 9 for 55 with runners in scoring position since the All-Star break, says Jeff Kerr. They were 0 for 7 tonight. Their batting average was at 164, and that's 27th in Major League Baseball. 27th in Major League Baseball. That's what their batting average is with runners in scoring position since the All-Star break. Phillies are 2-6 on this homestand right after the All-Star break. They've now dropped 3 series straight at home to open up the second half. It's the first time the Phillies have lost 4 straight under Don Mattingly. And again, it's not just the fact that they're losing, it's the fact that they look like that they party too hard and just don't even care to show up to the ballpark. That's what it looks like. I gotta call it like it is. They don't look like that they're competing out there. They're chasing after pitches. And Mundo Sosa got a pitch that was like 5 feet off the plate. And he just swung at it for no reason against Ryan Weathers. Would have been ball 4. He also swung at a pitch that was in the same at-bat. The previous one was thrown really high, and he fouled it off anyways. This is the type of team that we are watching. And it's not good. And this makes me think that obviously the fans deserve better. Somebody in my chat a couple of minutes before I came on said that they should play the loser trombone after games like this over the loudspeakers. And the closest thing that I have to that is this. That sound from The Price is Right, the loser tuba. That's the word that I would use. That's the one thing I would use to describe this team right now. The Phillies lose 3-1 to the Yankees, says Paul Casella. Shout out to Paul. Phillies are now 12-27 against teams currently in playoff position. Only the last place Royals have a worse record versus current playoff teams. That's the 25th time that they've scored 1 run or fewer, which is the most in baseball. And they also have no wins. They have not won 1 game from the number 5 spot in the rotation since May 18th. At this point, pencil in those games as a loss. Essentially. That's what they're telling you. When the number 5 pitcher is supposed to be out there, it's an automatic loss. If you have the schedule in front of you and you see the number 5 pitcher is coming on in and it's just going to be a bullpen game, it's an automatic loss at that point. That's what the Philadelphia Phillies are pretty much giving you. And you deserve better. It's pathetic. And I don't care what the record is. This is inexcusable. And it's not even funny. It's not even laughable. It's sickening. And they got to wake up. Alec Boehm also went back to the dugout and threw one of his Boehm tantrums in the dugout after he got out. What else is new? What else is new? How long have we been saying that Alec Boehm, when it comes to not even the at-bats themselves or his defense, but when it comes to his psyche, that's a negative impact for this clubhouse. You can see it. It all goes back to, I hate this place. We saw the signs then. What has changed ever since? He is who he is. He is who he is. The signs have been there for a while. And Kyle Schwarber today did get 2 hits. He can wipe those 2 hits up as you know what, though. because those looked like that they were just meaningless. It really did. This team, I don't care what it says on the paper, they gave you nothing today. They gave you absolutely nothing. You want to talk about the bullpen? Let's talk about the bullpen. Because Jose Alvarado gave up a meatball served on a silver platter down the middle for Jason Dominguez. It was a terrible pitch. This is who the Phillies brought back. They said that Matt Strahm, screw you, we're not going to pay you. We got Jose Alvarado here and Tanner Banks. Those are our lefties. We feel confident with them. And look at where Jose Alvarado and Tanner Banks are right now. It's a joke. They called up Kyle Backus today, and they sent down Seth MacFarlane. In what world do the Philadelphia Phillies do something like that? MacFarlane gets called up from Double-A, doesn't even go to Lehigh Valley because the Philadelphia Phillies are in scramble mode right now. They're scrambling, and they look like that they're a deer in the headlights because they just cannot figure anything out with the number 5 pitcher, and it's impacting their bullpen, and their bullpen is terrible right now. And MacFarlane, who had one pretty good outing and was throwing over 100 miles per hour, and he looked pretty good out there, they said, nope, let's send you down. Let's call up Kyle Backus, who has over a 5.8 ERA. Just bring him back up. That's fine. It's a terrible spot. It's a terrible spot. Can they get over this? Yes, they can. But at the same time, I'm not ignoring the fact that this team is just mentally, psychologically in their heads, and they can't seem to get out of their bad habits that they're getting on into. Edmundo Sosa, hindsight is 2020 here. I said that the fault should have that the big mistake was on Trey Turner. Edmundo Sosa has to take charge out in left field. He's not an outfielder. But Trey Turner, I still think should have caught that because it hit right off of his glove, and he was right there. Should have made the catch. And then we have a problem with JT and Alec Boehm miscommunicating again on defense. We're running in circles here, chat. We are running in circles here. And that's not what you want. No, that's not what you want at all whatsoever. We'll hear from Don Mattingly today. We will hear what he has to say. But I'm sure that you're very disgusted. And I asked you before the postgame show. I asked you specifically, what would you say to this Philadelphia Phillies team right now if you were Don Mattingly? If you were Don Mattingly, what would you say to this ball club right now to try to put a fire up their butts? When you call on in, let me know. Bring in the energy. Bring in the passion. And if you're like JJ, you're overreacting, call me out. We can disagree. It's totally okay. Do not feel like you are bursting my bubble if you disagree with me. I want to hear why you disagree with me. I want to hear what your actual thoughts are on this team, because it's always nice to be able to get somebody else's perspective. Even if it's an outside perspective, I welcome in all thoughts and all opinions when it comes to watching this baseball team. All critiques. 610-314-0844 is how you dial on in to the postgame show. That's how you call on in. The number 5 spot in the rotation sucks. Don Mattingly has not been managing well. I think that he's actually, in some ways, No, I'm not going to go that far. I was going to say that I think that in some ways he's lost the clubhouse. I don't think he's there yet. But clearly something's not clicking. Clearly something is lost. They're not running the bases as well as they should. They're not being smart on the base pads. And whenever there's a runner in scoring position, they fold. They get very, very tight. And that is a huge issue. It's a big problem. It's a big problem, chat. Jeff Skversky posted a tweet of what Don Mattingly said when he talked about the fundamentals against the Yankees before the series started. If you guys want to hear this, you can. I'll play this. You ready for this? Hold up a second. Let's make sure that we cue this up. Hold up. Can you guys hear this? Hold up a second. Hold up a second. Where is it? I think I lost it. Sorry, that was a blunder on my end. Here it is.
All the time, about things that I talk to you all about better baseball, and that's not things like that for me are backing up bases, moving runners, being able to get the bunt down, not giving up outs on the bases, things like that. So those are all the small things that you continue to talk about, I think, all year long, and reminders more for like a JT play or a Stott. They know. They know, but you still want to talk about it as a club in general that, we have to focus for 2.5 to 3 hours every night, play our best baseball and give ourselves the best chance to win.
Nah, man, you got to focus not on 2.5, 3 hours. You got to focus on the full game. And I think that that's essentially what he was saying. But, nah, you got to focus on the full game. That's what you got to do. When your manager has to give you small reminders about fundamentals of the game, that's not good. That's not good. And my other question, too, right now, if I was a reporter, I would ask, how much are they even going over fundamentals? How much are they even going over the fundamentals of this game? I think it's a legitimate question because, again, they could be going over stuff like Trey Turner taking ground balls and doing drills with Bobby Dickerson, but in a game when it matters the most, what good is that? I don't know. These are just all my thoughts. My thoughts are scrambling around. I am the Phillies offense right now. I'm scrambling. I don't know what to do. I can't even gather all my thoughts together because there's a lot of things that just aggravate me about this baseball team. So again, calling in 610-314-0844 and tell me what you would say if you were Don Mattingly addressing the team in the clubhouse after a game like this. What would you tell them? Let me know down below and calling into the show. It's your turn. It's time to stop hearing from me. I want you guys to call in. I do. Calling in right now. All right. Oh, boy. And we'll also read some messages, too, so we can do that. I will pull up the box score right now for the both of these teams. The Philadelphia Phillies have been outscored 4-1 in this series by the New York Yankees. And Ryan Weathers didn't even pitch too well today. And the only way that you were going to win this game is if you got to Ryan Weathers, because this bullpen that the Yankees have is a really good bullpen. But then again, I take that back and I say this. You have to beat good pitching. In the playoffs, you have to beat good pitching. I will say it 5 times. It doesn't matter if it's the bullpen. It doesn't matter if it's the starters. You have to beat good pitching. JT has a couple of good games, and he has a couple of games at the plate to look on the bright side. He has a couple of JT has had a good couple of games. I'm sorry, I can't read at the plate to look on the bright side. But then again, we're not talking about his base running blunders because he's had a couple. And even if I'm JT and I get on the bases and I see that, I'm like, damn. So, yeah. I don't know. That's how I feel. They don't care, huh? I'm just venting, dude. I'm just venting. That's all it is. What's up, Mitch? How you doing? Calling into the show. 610-314-0844. The game was over before it even started. And that's awful. That's a tragic way to look at it. But it's the truth. Again, they can bounce out of this. They can do that. The goal, though, is to win the World Series. The goal for this team is to make it far and all the way through October. The peaks and the valleys are fantastic. June was fun. June was a fun month calling games on here. But when we have to face the good teams, and we have to beat teams like the Dodgers and the New York Yankees and the teams that are over 500, I'm going to read you that stat again that I just pulled up from Paul Casella. This is the Phillies have played. The Phillies are now 12-27 versus teams currently in playoff position. That means you're telling me that this team is 15 games under 500 against teams that are currently in a position to make it to the playoffs. 15 games under 500. Do you understand how bad that is? The Brewers. The Dodgers. The Braves. Even the Pirates, that they split the series with them. The Yankees. All full. Awful. You can't beat those teams now. What makes you think what makes you think that you are going to beat them in the playoffs? Completely agree, JJ. I knew that they were going to lose this game. It was over before it even started. Average is average. We cannot compete against the best teams. One or two players will not change that. Bohm throws a tantrum. Turner makes an error. Tell us something that we don't know. Yeah, that is where this team is right now. It is all in their heads. Again, the bullpen is a concern. The starting pitching is a concern. This is all affecting their psyche. And that's what I didn't want to happen. I thought that heading on into this Yankee series, I said I don't want what happened against the Dodgers. I don't want that to get into their heads because they were doing fine before that. It wasn't fine, wasn't completely fine, but they needed to flip the light switch back on. Essentially is what had to happen. And right now, we're in a power outage. Not only are we in a power outage, but again, looking incompetent and looking like a shell of yourselves. You look like the bad news bears out there. That's how you played today. That's how you've been playing. When is it going to change? I will forever, for the rest of my life, bleed red and white pinstripes and powder blues. I will do that. Of course, I stand with this team. I love this team. And I will give them my undying support. But part of love, when you're in a relationship with somebody, is when there's good things that are happening. Of course, you have fun. You take care of them. You're there for them. And you celebrate all the milestones. But when things aren't going so well, somebody gets sick, somebody's going through a really tough time, and things get really heated, you're there for that too. You're there for all the friction. It just happens. And that's what the Philadelphia Phillies are giving us right now. These are bad times. It could be a lot worse. We've seen a lot worse. We've been through a lot as a Philadelphia franchise. A lot of bad. But that doesn't make this acceptable. That doesn't make this acceptable at all. 610-314-0844. Call in and give me your thoughts on this baseball team. Did Don Mattingly say anything? But yeah, the Bohm tantrum, I can't stand it. Shut up. Go out there. Stop pouting. Come on. Get your head back in the game. Clearly, it's impacting the rest of the team. How does this make you feel? Listen to this quote. Oh, this is my favorite by far right now. The Philadelphia Phillies. This is from Luke Arcani. And again, I love what this guy does. He is so great when it comes to covering this baseball team. Listen to this. This will put a big smile on your face. You ready for this? The Phillies have scored a total of 20 runs in their last 11 games that the fifth starter has pitched. So not only are they giving up a lot of runs, but they have scored a total of 20. Just 20 runs in their last 11 games when the fifth starter has pitched. That's an average of 1.8 runs per game. So you can also tell me that the pitching has been bad in the number 5 spot. But just because the pitching is bad doesn't mean that you can't put up runs. Because that is also unacceptable. A joke. An absolute joke and a nightmare as well. Yeah. It's crazy. And that's where we are. $300 million payroll. And now the Philadelphia Phillies are platooning all 3 outfield positions. That's where we are. We're back to square one. Here we go again. Here we go again. I don't think it's an overreaction. As a matter of fact, I think we're just calling it like it is. And that's my job. That's my job. Oh, what's up, Lou? Says you aren't overreacting. Yeah, I don't think so either. But again, some people might think I am. Some people might think I am. And that's fine. I don't really care like what other people think. I mean, I will disagree with them. But yeah. I don't know. Phillies have 6 wins against teams currently in the playoffs, but people think that this team will be okay. No. It's awful. Oh, man, we'll read some more. We'll read some more posts from you guys. We have so many more issues than we did 3 weeks ago, and 3 weeks ago we had issues. Yeah, the whole 9th inning comeback against the Washington Nationals bad bullpen, that's pretty much done. The great hitting that they had against the Pirates bullpen, you can kiss that goodbye. Kyle Schwarber and him rocking home runs against the New York Mets, like all that stuff is cute, chat. All that stuff is great, and we all felt like we were on such an adrenaline high after those games. But again, if you're going to fall flat on your face, and if you're going to, you know what it is, chat? This is what it is. These opponents are not beating the Philadelphia Phillies. The Philadelphia Phillies are beating themselves. Think about that. Let that sink in. The Philadelphia Phillies are beating themselves against the Yankees, against the Dodgers, even against the Kansas City Royals to start off July. They beat themselves. A lot of this has come down to what is psychologically going on in their brains. The lack of execution. Not laying down a bunt properly. We saw Justin Crawford pop up a bunt the other day. It wasn't even Justin Crawford. I'm sorry. It was Garrett Stubbs. And they put him on the IL. And then the same day, after Garrett Stubbs gets put on the IL, Rafael Marchand gets hurt. And it was actually Marchand who popped up the bunt. So again, I made the same mistake twice. Because again, I'm the Philadelphia Phillies. I'm making blunders like Trey Turner over at shortstop. I'm making mistakes like Alec Bohm over at third base. That's what I'm doing. Thanks, Phillies. Love you too. Play small ball, stretch singles into doubles, bunt the power hitters, delayed steals. Opinionated one, you said the magic word. The magic words, I should say, small ball. I had people that were coming on into my chat and they were correct. They kept saying in the month of June, look at how they're playing. Look at the style of baseball that this team is playing with right now. Justin Crawford was playing small ball. Brandon Marsh getting on base. Why do we want him in the leadoff spot? Because this guy on 2-strike pitches was putting the ball in play. He was taking advantage of hanging sliders, hangers that were even fastballs, and he took advantage of all the bad pitches, all of the mistakes, and he wasn't looking to swing for the fences. The long ball became more natural for him after he found a way to just put the ball in play. The tappers, the slow rollers, and then you set the table up, and the guys that are in scoring position are on, and the power comes natural. Right now, even though they got 7 runners in scoring position today, they still couldn't find a way to get anybody home with a hit. And that is an issue. Those numbers, there's more meaning behind those numbers. The stats don't lie, but they don't tell the full truth either. You got to read between the numbers and watch the games. Stott and Sosa can take turns switching from shortstop to second base. Stott is way too good of a second baseman, says Dave. Yeah, man. Marley says, I'm not happy. I'm ticked off. I think we all are. I don't think any of us are happy about this. I don't think anybody's happy about this. Even though some people, again, say that this is just a slump, JJ. This will just happen. Even those people are not happy. Who is? Who is happy? All right. Let's see. Did Don Mattingly say anything? We shall wait and see. We will pull up some Don Mattingly quotes from the press conference of tonight. I want to make sure that we do that. All right. Any of the latest things. Phillies interim manager Don Mattingly postgame after a 3-1 loss versus the Yankees was asked what he's made of this offense during the homestand. So hold up a second and listen to this for yourselves.
What have you made of the offense since returning from the break?
I mean, obviously it hasn't been great. We haven't really scored, but
You can't even hear him. The mic's not even on.
I'm sure nobody's going up there not trying to get hits. We're not
Really?
haven't scored.
The mic's not even on.
You'd like to win every series.
Don Mattingly says that it's not going to get easier for the Phillies from here. It's going to keep going. It's not going to get easier. It's going to get tougher. Things are going to feel bigger and buggier as we go. That was his quote. It's going to keep going. It's not going to get easier. If it's not going to get easier, Don, tell the team to wake up. Jim, you just knocked that thing out of the park. Good contact is not a premium on this team. Too much swinging for the fences. And you can blame the analytics. You can blame the Bible, as I like to call it. Analytics is now looked upon as the Bible throughout Major League Baseball. It is what they preach. They say, thou shalt not just hit for soft contact. Thou shalt swing for the fences and strike down upon thee with vengeance. That's what they're saying. They're pretty much saying that, again, you got to go by this. You have to swing for the fences all the time. You have to have Adam Dunns out there. Guys that are either just getting on with a single or getting on with a home run. And just look at OBP and OPS. Don't look at the batting averages. Do you want to know why the Philadelphia Phillies aren't producing runs with their big guns right now in Brandon Marsh, Kyle Schwarber, and Bryce Harper? Look at their batting averages in the month of June. All three of them. Go look at it right now. All three of them were batting over 300 in the month of June, and they were driving in runs. It's not a coincidence that their batting averages didn't play a factor, or that the batting averages played a factor into it, because right now, Bryce Harper and Brandon Marsh, coming on into today, were batting at least 150, and Kyle Schwarber was batting 220 in the month of July. So three guys that were batting over 300 in 1 month. Those are your three best hitters, your lefties. Brandon Marsh, Bryce Harper, and Kyle Schwarber were all batting over 300 in June, and you were putting up more runs, and you were winning games because those were the people driving in the runs. Now all of a sudden, Schwarber's batting 220 in July. Marsh is batting 150. Harper's batting 150. You can't tell me that that's not a coincidence. There is an art to just putting the ball in play. Slapping a single out to left field is not the sexiest thing. But if it's a 1-2 pitch and you're working up a 9-pitch at-bat and you get on with a single and you just make solid contact with the ball and you're not looking to just drive the ball out of there, there's something to that. You're lighting a spark. That's what you're doing. That's the truth. Only gave up 4 runs in 2 games. Only gave up 4 runs in 2 games, and you've gotten outscored 4-1. You can't even blame this on your pitching. You can't even blame this on your bullpen. Your bullpen is actually keeping you involved in these games. Jesus Luzardo last night was phenomenal. And he just threw a pitch that wasn't even a bad pitch, chat. The pitch was on the inside corner. It was a fastball. Goldschmidt, tip your cap to him. He hit it the opposite way. And it went. That's why you lose? That was the difference of the game? You got problems. You got a lot of problems. My wife is a diehard, has given up on this team now that I have to deal with the consequences. Thanks a lot, Phillies. And you know what, man? Tell your wife that I feel for her. Because this is the other thing, too, my friend. And it's not just you. It's everybody else that's on here. I like to say this all the time. Chat, whenever you watch a sports team, you're investing something. You're investing something from consuming sports. It's not even just money. It's not even merchandise. It's not going to the games. It's not money for the cable. It's not money for the jerseys. What's even more valuable than all of that combined is your time. Your time is precious. And when you support a team and you show out all your fandom, when you feel like that you're wasting time, it hurts. It hurts. And right now, with what the Philadelphia Phillies are giving you, that's why you should be upset. You shouldn't be happy because you're not getting your time's worth. And that is super valuable. You can't bring back time. And that's frustrating because you're the customer. You're the consumer. Okay? The Krabby Patties might not always be the best of the Krusty Krab. But guess what? If they haven't been good for a little bit of time, are you just not going to say something about it? No, you're going to be disappointed and you're going to say, man, I'm done. I'm done. Something has to change. You go to a restaurant, the food's not as great as it once was, and you're an active customer over there. You call them out. You tell them, I've been disappointed with your food. I haven't really liked your product for a little bit of time, and I know that you guys are better. You guys got to be better. And I've just been disappointed. Or else then they're going to lose supporters. It feels like we are watching the Three Stooges. Turner, Bohm, and the rest of the team. It's crazy. Read a couple more, and then that's it. I wanted them to trade Nola before they signed him because he was having trouble with the pitch clock all season. They could have got 2 or 3 players for him at that time, so sound writing one. And again, I want to make sure I emphasize this too, chat. It's not just the pitch clock. It's also the fact that Major League Baseball took much more of a stance on grip sprays, on Spider Tact, and all of those products that were out there. And Aaron Nola was one of those guys. Haley said it a while back that was using that type of product. And along with the pitch clock, and along with that, he is, and also along with age too, he has never been the same. And these guys think that they can just throw him out there, and they think that he can just snap out of this. Here's the other comparison, by the way, that I just thought of from the idea of sitting Brandon Marsh against lefties and playing somebody else like Trey Turner in the leadoff spot, even if he goes over his last 80. It's okay to sit Brandon Marsh when he's struggling, but it's not okay to sit Trey Turner when he's going through a bad slump. Here's my analogy. Zach Wheeler pitches really well, okay? Zach Wheeler throws 93 pitches, gives you a strong outing, it puts you in a position to win, and then when you take him out of the game, the bullpen blows up. Aaron Nola, though, after going 6 innings, is allowed to go out there for the 7th inning, even though he has shown you year in and year out that he crumbles. He has the one bad inning, and we all know when it's going to come. It's either the 5th inning or the 6th inning, and we all can see it a mile away. But yet, when Zach Wheeler is pitching a gem, you have to take him out. You have to take him out. Thanks, Don. Appreciate you. That's man. We love the Phillies when they're winning, but hate them when they're losing. That's the Philly way. You sign a contract, okay? On the dotted lines in the fine print, it says at the bottom, no matter if the team is doing really well or really bad, you still have to be there to support them. We sign this internal contract with ourselves, and we sign up for this all the time. They could lose 10 in a row. They could win 10 in a row. And yet we still talk about them, and we show up for them, and we root for them. Because we care about them. That's the Philly and the sports way, man. So, that's all I got to say. That's it. I'm done. I don't have anything else to say, chat. I really don't. I think I got everything off my chest. Thank you all so much for listening to my spiel. I appreciate that. Without further ado, what I'm going to do is I'm going to send you guys over to, let's see, who else is live right now? I will do a redirect, and I will send you guys over to somebody else that is live at this moment in time. I just don't know yet who that's going to be. Let's see. Rising, right? Is the Orioles game still on? The Orioles game might still be on, chat. Let's see. Nope, the Orioles just won. So that game is over. Okay, so they are done. So I can't send you over the BW. I can send you over to PAS. That I could do. Let's send you over to PAS. All right? Love you guys. Lila Tove. Have yourself a great rest of your night. We'll be back tomorrow night. Sunday Night Baseball. We can't get swept, but there's a lot of work to do. See you all then, and I will see you all there. Lila Tove.